Stream 208. Have you ever had that feeling that you've forgotten something? I've been sitting here for the last 10 minutes thinking, I'm starting my stream and I can't figure out what I've forgotten. I've forgotten to do something. But I checked the stream title is up to date, the number's up to date, the link goes somewhere nice. It's in my Discord. I don't remember what I forgot. Hate that feeling. Anyway, I updated one of my commands so that we don't have to spam both the game and the online command now. The game command now has both the link to the game as well as the link to the notebook. So we don't have to do the online command, we just do the game command. Since I was usually spamming both commands together, I'm like, why don't I just combine those two commands? Anyway, if you haven't seen this before, this is the game I'm working on. It's inspired by old games like the Ultima series. And this is the admin view, where I can basically see where I am, see where the different zones are in the game. I can go visit those different zones. I can jump around in the game. I can see hidden secrets. And a normal player won't be able to see all this stuff, but you get a similar user interface. You can play now. There's not much content, but I'm working on adding game mechanics to let me start building up content. So one of the things I'm working on this week is the dialogue system, not just for talking to NPCs in the game, but also things like signs. So here's a test sign, and I can inspect that game entity and show that there's a dialogue component with some data in it, and that roughly matches what I have here. It is a very, very simple dialogue, and it will tell you this when you step on the sign, basically. That's what this means. A more complicated example might be this, where you get told two things with a pause in between. And then an even more complicated example, which is what I'm going to try to build towards today, is one where you're actually given choices in the dialogue. And so you might be talking to a guard, and you might ask the guard their name, and ask them about being a guard. And then what the guard responds can give you clues about what to type in next. So this is a multi-state dialogue where if you type one thing, it leads to another, and also has multiple choices. That's what this is. He asks you a question. You are a peasant, aren't you? And then you can either answer yes, no, or maybe, and you're given this V means it's visible. The choices are visible, whereas on these they're not. You have to just guess that you can ask further about being a guard or peasant or their name. Anyway, let me say some hellos. Hello, Nui. And 715209. And Gnarly Quack. Good morning. First time hit the warp in the dungeon, you're closing to close to filing a bug report. Oh yeah. The hidden one. The one that I can see. Down here. Yeah, so that's essentially a game entity with a position but no tile, so it's not visible. Even if I removed the background, it would just look black. Whereas these visible teleporters have position and trigger, but they also have a tile. Having the tile component is what gives it visibility in the game right now. Yeah, hidden one. Yeah, that was just to play around with that. It's an excuse to make a hidden teleporter. It's like, well, the easy way out, it's gonna not be so easy, right? To go the long way around. Maze too complicated, yeah. Well, it was just to play around, to test with. So yeah, there are test NPCs. You can see them, wandering around. There's also test items that you can pick up and drop. And the teleporters we just talked about. And yeah, today I'm working on dialogues and using this sign as a test dialogue. And I have my local test environment, which I'm going to set up a more elaborate set of dialogues here before I push it out into production. So yeah, let me log in as a normal user to demonstrate this dialogue system. Since I can't show this in the production yet, it hasn't been pushed out. But in the test environment here, if I step onto that sign, that's the single event dialogue. Now if I go over onto the bridge here, this is the to event with a pause in between. So it says the one tell, then it says press something to continue, and then the second tell. And while it's waiting, you can't move. You're basically still engaged in the dialogue. What's up with the other side? In this area, right back down here? Oh, this was a test of an infinite hallway. Actually, I don't know why these are still around. These shouldn't be there. But down here, yeah, this was a... The illusion of an infinite hallway is you can go all the way down to here, and once you step here, you get teleported back to here. You go back, teleport, and so it looks like an infinite hallway. You can never see that there really is an end. So just to demonstrate that. Land of the unknown unknowns. It's the land of the epic unknowns. Because we have a viewer named the Epic Unknown, and for a while, they were standing on this island, sending tells about how this is their island. So I said, okay, we'll make a sign for his island. Because I'm always looking for excuses to put in test things. And hey there, Dragon Rift. Is that Narlia? Is that the name of another island you want to put in the game? We could have something named after you. Why not? Trying to claim islands? Why not? These are all test islands anyway, so this could be Narlia. I don't know, you have to be there to claim it though, I think. Need to add a text. You seem to have entered an endless road. Yeah, something like that. How am I? I'm okay. How are you, Dragon Rift? So yeah, working on more complicated dialogues today. If I have time, I'll make a dialogue editor, but right now it's going to just be JSON. So I suppose we can take this dialogue from that I had whipped up really quick and maybe just finish it and then try to put it into the test game and play around with it. Assign it to a special guard NPC. We'll have to make somehow not killable, because I don't want to kill him by accident. I should probably, before I get started on that, put that into the game. Let's see. So let's go to the game system which despawns NPCs. Just getting my bearings. Hold on a sec. Okay, NPC destruction. Let's change this so that it checks a certain flag in their component. This NPC. Yeah, we're not using it for anything else. What do the NPC components actually have anything in them? It has a cooldown right now. So we'll add to this cooldown a flag. So essentially, if bool NPC, what to name it? Invulnerable? Then continue. Let's test that real quick. Whoops, how did I end up there? Must have hit F8. Hey there, Resubaka. Finally, you fixed a control stick. That's cool. As in a joystick for like a game controller? Dragon Rift, I hope you are really okay, because I was kind of bummed out to hear that you had that bad experience streaming. I just wanted to try to come up with words of encouragement to try to get you to try again and not let those trolls get you down. Either that or get either stream again or get some new videos up on your YouTube channel, because I think that'll really help get you to your 100 follower subscriber count. Just put something up there, and then, you know, one video, 2 videos, 3 videos, people start watching them. Then you'll naturally get those subscribers coming in. You blasted air on it for an hour, and it worked. It's probably some piece of dust or like a piece of metallic dust maybe in there, shortening it out or getting in the way of some mechanical part. Yeah. What am I looking at? It's still building. That's what I'm looking at. And once it's finished building, I'll restart the cluster. Okay, it's stopped. Restart the cluster, and then I'm gonna test making an NPC invulnerable. And I'll make him look like a guard, and he's gonna be Bob. Bob the guard. We'll give him a dialogue. We can be able to talk to him. Yeah, I should try to do something else while I'm waiting for that. Oh, it's already up. All I need to do is talk about how I'm waiting for it, and then it comes back up. All right. So actually, first, while I'm at it, let me go pick up a sword. Pick up the sword. And then I'm going to give this sword a lot higher durability just so that I don't have to worry about picking it up anymore. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to find it in the number in my inventory, put it here and do fetch, and then I'm going to go to the durability and just give it 99.99. Update. So now when I walk around killing these NPCs, the sword should never break. It'll break after 9,999 uses, but so if I hit refresh, still at 99.99? That doesn't sound right. Okay, 99.95. Oh, the refresh doesn't work for numbered entities. I have to do a fetch. Yeah, okay, so now I have a very, very resilient sword. Now let's make an NPC I shouldn't be able to kill. I'm going to cheat and take an existing NPC, this guy, and clone him. So, actually I can just repurpose him. Let's repurpose him. I'll just add the invulnerable tag here. Invulnerable. True. Update. Now I shouldn't be able to kill him. Yay. He is invulnerable. These guys I can kill though. Alright. Cool. So I'm going to change this guy's appearance now. I want to give him the guard outfit. So that's under avatar. So that's tile set 48. ID of what? Which one's the guard? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 48 by 4. 448. True. Hey, it's Bob. Say hi to Bob. Logging into the game, the map on the screen looks different. Does it? I don't know. Where are you? I had a way to teleport to you, didn't I? Oh no, there you are. I am running a dev version here, yes. This is running on my, the server's on my local machine. This one, the servers are all on Amazon Cloud. That's why it looks different. Also, this version of the game is a little bit old. Yeah. So, I don't want to screw up the production environment yet while I'm still editing the server's code. So I do that in the local environment until it seems stable, and then I push it into production. Otherwise, I might break things, and that would be a pain. Yeah, no problem. So I just want to make sure he can still destroy weapons, which is fine. He still gets his revenge. But now let's attach the dialogue to him. Let's take this dialogue and modify it a little bit. I had made these, the nothing state means when you enter the dialogue. And so you don't actually get to make these choices. These choices are more labels and it's going to pick the first choice that meets the requirements. And I don't have any requirement logic in there right now. So I'm just going to simplify this and remove the choice key and just have it say no requirement. Say we go to the conversation state, and he basically tells you, move along, peasant. That's the first thing he says, and then you'll be able to ask, for his name. My name is not important. Actually, let's say I am Bob. I am Bob. And then you can ask him what his, let's just ask him what his job is. Job. This was a typical in the Ultima series. You could always ask any NPC name and job and join. And join would, if they were one of the special NPCs, they would join your party. Otherwise, they would say, no, I can't join you at this time. I don't know why I'm typing this. I should just be able to copy paste. And what am I doing? Copy paste. It's the kind of thing that I would like to have the in-game editor to do for me. So, I guard this place. Guard. Yes, that's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. Peasant. You are a peasant, aren't you? Yes. What should we say for yes? Go back to conversation, I guess. And say, of course you are. No, it says, what are you then? And goes to the multiple choice. Which I have not written yet. And then maybe, let's just leave out let's just say yes or no are the two choices, right? And let's add a special state we can, for who, where we have to know the keyword. I just messed it up, didn't I? Back. Comma, the who state, not multiple choice. And then here you just have to know to say, let's actually put default choices in here for if you don't say anything that matches. In fact, I need one up here too for conversation. Let me do this conversation first. We'll have an empty string be used if you don't say anything that's don't say a valid choice. So he'll say, I can't help you with that. Who are you calling peasant? Your sword broke on you, didn't even use it? Well, did you step on an NPC? Because that uses it. Every time you step on an NPC, they despawn and you lose 1 point of durability from the sword. Okay. What are you then? If you say something that he doesn't recognize, what should he say? Whatever. And if I say, let's say if I say GM, he'll say, oh really? Why haven't you paid me yet? And go back to the conversation. So this is like a sub-dialogue, right? If you get into this state, you have to say this to get that response. Anything else, he'll say whatever. Either way, it goes back to the conversation state. And then I should probably have a by. Right? That terminates by. And this would go to the empty state. And then he'll say, move along. And I don't need to save that. What else do I need here? I think that'll do. So let me take this and put it into the game for his dialogue. How did I do it before? Right. If it was a trigger, it had a D for dialogue. I'm going to make it so that we have a special command in the game called talk. So I'll just attach the dialogue freely to him. So dialog, and just paste this thing in here, add. And then when I refresh, oops, it takes the spaces out, which is nice. So now he has a dialogue, but there's no way to trigger it yet. Don't play 433 so much? What does that mean? And hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? Don't pay NPCs no heed. Get out of my way or get squished. Alright. I'm okay, Toulouse. My son's still sick. He's got like a cough. It won't go away. I can hear him now coughing. In fact, I might need to take a break to tell him to go drink some water. Kids, they just don't know what to do. But yeah, I'm doing okay. What did I get to last night? I'm still playing that Agrarian Skies mod that you suggested, and I had just built the turbine pieces, but I hadn't built a reactor yet. Yeah, hopefully I don't catch it. Yeah, that would suck. I would be muting my stream a lot to cough, I'm sure. Oh yeah, and there's some kind of bug that I found in the mod. The tank I built for metals, it had like maybe 5 ingots of iron in it, and then all of a sudden it had 480 something. I'm like, whoa, where'd all that iron come from? I think it was some kind of bug, but I guess I'm not complaining. I got lots of iron now. All right, the dialog's in place. I just need I need a scheme to be able to talk. So what I'm thinking about doing is right now the default context is to chat. I think I'm going to change that so the default context is some kind of prompt. And certain keys on the keyboard or certain buttons in this row would do certain actions. And one of the actions would be chat, but another action might be to talk in-game to another character. And that's how we'll trigger the dialogue with Bob here. Because he's... In fact, let me give him a nameplate since he's important. That I do with... how do I do that? I guess I can cheat and look at a player. Yeah, just with name, right? So let's give him a name. So mark his tile is changed, otherwise it won't show it. And give him a name, Bob. Did I get something wrong there, or do I need to leave the screen and come back? Yeah, I need to leave the screen and come back. Same thing with this. You can't assign nameplates when they're on screen because of a bug right now. Anyway, there's Bob. We can't talk to him. I want to be able to talk to him, so I need to change the default context and then add a talk context. Hold on, I have to take a quick break to tell my son to go drink some water. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. All right. The chat. It's called chat, but it really shouldn't be called chat. Well, it's called chat because it's tied to the chat window. Or really, this really isn't just going to be chat anymore. It's going to be any kind of text interaction with the game. I'll rename it later. And so we're going to be editing that, and also the reducer that controls the state here. Input context session. So in the session reducer, there's an input context. So yeah, instead of it being chat, we'll have it start out in prompt or something. Or maybe no context? Or how about actions? It'll just be an actions bar. And if you hit a key, it's a shortcut for any of those actions. I like that. Messages box? It's a good name. It's somewhat built in everywhere. So I don't want to go mess with it right now. Actions. So the default is actions now. So this is going to... Interesting, it didn't restart. Oh, there, it just lagged a little bit. Excuse me. Whoa, we crashed. Because there is no such input context that it can handle. That is because I put it in a table. Right here, this input elements table. So yeah, here we go. Actions. Input actions. So that means we'll need an input actions. So input... It's going to be more... Well... Yeah, just copy input chat, right? Or this one because it's smaller. I don't know if I'll need CSS actually. Do these have CSS for anything? I think I'm just going to end up making a button bar, so I don't think it needs its own CSS. And it won't need state either. Input actions. And so we'll need two actions to start with, right? On talk. Or how about interact? Then on chat. And then let's call this a button bar. I'm pretty sure I have that set up in the main index CSS. Button bar, yes I do. And then no text. Do I need to mark them as compact? I don't know. I think I do. So this will be on chat. And on interact. And that's it. So chat. I forget the action I made, but it's when we hit continue from here. Or game dialog resume. Set input context, that's what it is. All right, so there's on chat and on interact. Okay, so interact needs its own context now. Although, let's just see what it works, what it does now. Right, so there's chat and there's interact. I should have a cancel on chat, shouldn't I? So let me add that. And it should go back to the actions, right? So just copy this and say on cancel. Dispatch, go back to actions, set input context. Cancel. I suppose I'm just adding another button. Not of that type though. That's the submit button. Let's add just a normal button. Cancel. On cancel. What does that look like? Cool. And I should have escape mapped to the cancel as well. So keyboard is handled in middleware in the stage. And yeah, it's right here on key down. Right, so another one of these, I guess. If the input, actually, let's just get the input context here. Input context, so I don't have to call get state more than once. If we're in the chat and the key is escape. Then we're going to go back to the actions input context and return. So chat and then hit escape doesn't work. Okay. Is that not the, is it escape or is it ESC? It's ESC. Why didn't they spell it out? They spelled out space and enter. Why did they not spell, oh, anyway. And then let's make, in this state also, I don't know, C for chat? Probably I'll want to do this anyway. Have, this be a nested if. Yeah, let's just do it let's just do it now. Then I can make this an else if. And then really I should just make it a table. I'll do that later. Why do it now when I can do it later? Okay, if it is the actions, if the code is C, and I'll have to also update this later for custom keybinds as well. Alright, go to the chat, right? And let's say, else, if it's, let's say T, no, I, should I do I for interact? A little clumsy. I'll just keep it that for now. Interact. Alright, so if I do C for chat, oh, it should also set the focus, shouldn't it? I can do that from a ref, right? In the input chat, I can make a ref and an effect. So I can say const. What are we calling it? Chat input. Ref equals use ref null. And then I just take that and attach it to this input, right? So ref equals that. Hey there, Poker. How are you doing? And then the effect is to set the focus on it. And I only want to do it once, so that to do it once, it was with empty dependency list, right? And then you'd say chat input ref current, is it focus or set focus? I forget which one. Chat, there we go, hello. And I'm wondering if after submitting it, it should go back to actions. I also noticed that I had to lose the input focus before escape worked. That is back in the stage here, right? Yeah, so it ignores it. So I should probably have the check before that. But move that down to here, I suppose. You know what I could do also is maybe only when you're in the input, you're in the actions input context, do the movement stuff and this other stuff right here. In fact, the pickup item should be maybe one of the actions right here. I should move this button down into here. I seem different today. How am I different? My window's got is a little off in its alignment. That's not probably not what you mean. How do I look different? No. Sometimes I chew on it. That's a nervous habit. It's like kind of chewing your fingernails. Ew. But, no. Shouldn't be any different. Hey there, Clayman. It could be the lighting. It's not so bright out today. Nah. Don't use hair gel. I need to get a haircut though. Getting kind of long back there. It might be just the lighting was weird because it's overcast today. Oh, let's see. A good different. Okay. Well, I like good different. I'm thinking that we should only do this if we're in the actions context. If we're in any other context, we'll take over the keyboard. But we should have escape. Actually, we should have escape go to that context no matter what, I think. I'm thinking I should just move this out like this. Always do that. And then chat we don't need to worry about. But have this done inside of here. Thanks for the follow. Compliment worthy different. Okay. I need to get a haircut though. Let's see how this affects this one. So chat, hello. But I can hit escape. Test. I don't know, what do you guys think? After you hit a line of chat, should it go back to actions and you have to hit C again? I'm thinking it should. But maybe that's one of those points where you can change it in your preferences. Yeah. I'll put it in there for now, that after it does a line of chat, it goes back. So that would be in the input chat on submit. It should do on, well, let's rename it on cancel. Let's say on chat done. And then we'll just call it from here. Actually, I don't even need to set that input. I just say on chat done. So chat, hello, enter, and we're done. So yeah, I think hitting C is fine. In a lot of games, you have to hit a key anyway to chat. And this way I can do an interact. And of course, it's going to break because I don't have an interaction context, but that's what I'm going to add next. So it'll say interact and then direction, and then you have to hit a movement key or button or something. So I guess let's copy this one. Input interaction. What to call, is that what I called it here? I think I copied the wrong thing. Yeah. All right. So this is not the resume bar, this is the interaction bar. And this is input interaction. Interaction bar. So I guess it's just on interact. Game interact. Oh, hold on. This is not going to be a button. It needs to be when we hit a key. Or it'll be we'll have, should I have buttons in line here? Or should I just say direction and then you have to hit a direction key or one of these keys? I think I just have, so this just said, it should just have no buttons at all, so we don't need any props. We need I'll put in a cancel as well. I'll put in so that if people get confused, they can just do that. And that was here, right? Call it done, but let's call it here. We'll call it on cancel. On cancel. Interact. Direction. And then this will just be a cancel. And then the chat has to have that interact in this table here. Interact, input, interaction. Import it. Spelling, typing, not 100% today. Hardly ever is. Hey there, Epic Unknown. Did you know I have this sign in my game? It says "This way to the island of the Epic Unknown," and then in the test world on the real game, that's what I want this sign to say. Named after you. Most beautiful piece of C++ code you've seen. What was it? The most beautiful, I thought, is what I have for my Twitch banner, which was the look at function that I made in when I was working with 3D stuff. Let's see if I can find it. Where would I have put it? Gosh, I don't even remember. I don't remember, but let me pull it up for my stuff. I have like in my banner somewhere. Gosh, I don't even remember where I put it. Okay, but yeah. What's the best, easiest way to find it? If there ever will be like a boss, name it Clayman, please. Of course, there will be a Clayman. I mean, why not, right? The Clayman. He's gonna have 666 arms, I'm sure. View, let me look at this with icons. Where did I put this thing? No. Gotta find it now. It's beautiful. Pictures, maybe. I'll find it just a second. Found the original White Rabbit picture, but I'm not finding my profile background. Aha, I found it. Most beautiful piece of C++ code I've ever seen is this, in my opinion. Because it's got a nice, and this matte effect is just artistic, but anyway, I don't remember where I put the original code, but this is the code to build the transformation matrix to convert between world and view coordinates when a camera is pointed a certain direction at a certain subject in the world, given a certain direction for up. I just like how this looks. Compute the basis vectors, build the matrix from the basis vectors, and fundamentally it's a rotation transform. And actually, I guess it's not from world to view. It's from I forget the names of the transforms. But yeah, it's building the rotation matrix to have the camera point in a certain direction in a 3D 3D viewpoint. So anyway, that's what I think is the most beautiful C++ code. Isn't a golem a clay man? I guess if he's made out of clay. So there you go. Maybe the golem's real name is Clayman. Could be. Okay. All right, interaction. Interact direction. Okay. And cancel didn't work. Interesting. Why doesn't cancel work? Oh, NPCs are destroying swords when we see that. ScyllaDB follows C++ core guidelines and it just looks damn good. Cool. Oh, I didn't hit save here. That might be why. Interact. Okay, that's what it was. So now escape from any context returns you to here. Can't kill me now. That means NPCs are walking around destroying weapons. I wonder if he got into the armory. Oh, yeah, he did. Okay, we gotta slay him, because he's destroying all the weapons. There, he's gone. NPC handled. I'll just stand here, he can't get, then nothing can get in. Is the sign code already deployed to prod? Not yet. Thanks for the follow, Abdallah. Haven't deployed it yet. I wanted to get more of the dialogue system in place. Actually, there's no reason why I can't deploy now, other than that it takes some time. Alright, so when we're in the interact... I should just sort these alphabetically, shouldn't I? No reason why not to. So that would go first. Right, okay. So here it's going to be movement key based. So, like this. Yeah, like this. And so this would be on game interaction. Can I just say on interact? Wait, why did I do it that way? I don't know why I did it that way. This should just be directly dispatch. Yeah, I should just do it that way. So it's not start move, it's interact. Alright, so action, interact. Sort of like start move, isn't it? Does it belong on the stage like this? It doesn't really. I don't have a better place for it. Well, no, I do. I have game interaction. I should just do it there. Okay. Okay. Interact. I'm gonna model it after this though. Actually, it's just gonna be this, isn't it? Dispatch, and then action has a key in it. And it's, instead of player input, it's player interact. Cool. So the game won't understand that until I add that to the back end. But this should work though. Did I get a haircut? No, but I need to. Look at all that. Look how long that is in the back. Any longer, I can start to make a little ponytail. No, I think I just combed it different today. Player interact. Yeah, so, oh, another thing is after we interact, it should... Hold on. Interact. Oh, I have another use for the word interact, so it's a little bit confusing. Yeah, oh well. Yeah, after we dispatch that, we should go back to the actions context, shouldn't we? All right, so let's do this. So if I do interact and then a direction, I think it should actually put something in chat to say that we did that. It should put that text plus the direction we picked. Isn't it too general? I mean, otherwise we're going to have like a lot of different commands for like if I made it talk to Bob, it would be T for talk or something. But then there might also be an L for look, S for search. I guess I could do it that way. Now you got me thinking, Skizzers. Maybe it is too general. Do you have an interactable component? Yeah, it's Bob. Bob we can interact with because he has a dialogue now. So I would basically step next to him and then say interact east, and then it should trigger the dialogue with Bob. So Bob would stop moving, he would talk to us for a while, and then wouldn't wander away like that if we're talking to him. First day with your new tongue, that was awesome. I don't know what that means. ACS component? Yeah, it's the dialogue, so Bob over here. Stop moving, Bob. He's got this dialogue. This dialogue component, if you talk to an NPC that has a dialogue, or talk to anything that has a dialogue, I want it to trigger that. Actually, I think I will make the decision that interact is too general. And I'll make it talk, because you should only be able to talk to an NPC, right? Replace interact with dialogue. But dialogue is too specific a term. So dialogue implies that you're discussing, but an interaction or a talk might be to an inanimate object. Like talk might be to interact with to say, well, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Talk would be better. Let's name it talk. So that means I need this to be renamed input talk. Yes. And what are we calling this? The talk bar? Talk. Okay, and then back into the here. Input talk. Talk. Hey there, breaking it. I have a bachelor's degree in computer engineering, but that's about it. I also graduated high school. Vim. Who's using Vim? No one here uses Vim. I have my best friend still loves to use Vim, and he's still my best friend. So I don't say that using Vim is a bad thing. I just don't like to use it myself. I like to use Visual Studio Code. That command should tell you why. Although Vim has the same property that it works the same on multiple OSs, but yeah. Let's not start the editor wars again. You losing patience? I don't mind. It's I just see it as one way to start a conversation about something. Notepad++, I actually use that for different things. Would you say master's degree is worth it in the long run? It depends. I would say if you're just going to be doing like front end, back end development, or application development, that kind of thing, then no. But a master's degree does come in handy if you're going to get into a more specialized field like artificial intelligence, machine learning, research and development, that kind of stuff. I think master's degrees not only are useful, but sometimes they're required. Sometimes employers won't hire you unless you have a specialized master's degree in whatever the field is. Yeah. So a lot of the experts in algorithms that I worked with in my last job either had or were getting their master's degrees because it really helped. Um, they're very highly specialized skills. So, but more general like programming, nah, not worth it. Branching decision trees and logic gates, yeah, I think those are cool too. Input talk. Input talk. Did I rename it everywhere? I probably didn't get it in the stage, right? Yeah, this should be talk. Oh no, I missed it somewhere. Let's just let the game guide me. Okay, I missed it there. So that's the action bar. This should be on talk, talk, and talk. Oh, and the key shouldn't be I, it should be T now, right? T for talk. I should just search for interact. Nope, got it all. T for talk, talk which direction. And this will have sent something to the game, and oh, it didn't. It should have said that it received an unknown command. Send to, well, interact. Interact, please. Do I have two functions called interact? That would be bad. Oh, but they're in different middleware. Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be called talk. Right? Boop-a-doo-ba-doo. Talk. Put it in order. Hey there, Rally Monkey. I probably got this one. Missed that one somewhere. Okay, so interact really is only used in the admin tool now. That's good. Interact. Cool. All right. Talk. Oh, nope. Right, that's wrong. Okay, I didn't search for interact capitalized. I did, or I just didn't see this one. That should just be talk. Also, we shouldn't show that for the admin, should we? The admin really can only chat. I'll fix that later. Let me see if it's actually sending something to the game or not. Talk north. Okay, it did send it. I'm kind of surprised that the game didn't complain about the message being unknown, though. Usually I have it do that. Oh, and it's, why is there a movement release afterwards? And this shouldn't be move, should it? It should be like direction. That player input is an old name too. It really should be player move. Yeah, I'll rename this. Let me make a note to rename this later. Rename player input to player move, and move to direction, just for consistency. I'm not gonna get too distracted by it right now. Game interaction, right? This should be direction. And do I want to translate the key? When I do, I'll do it for both. I'll just leave it WASD right now. Your point was they came in here, asked a bias question, just left? Oh, I don't know if they left. I don't assume that they leave. And, well, I don't know. I won't let it distract me too much. So just answer it, and if they want to talk about it more, that's fine. If they want to leave, that's fine too, I guess. I guess since I'm not using Vim, this isn't the stream for them. I kind of agree with that, Clayman. I tend to think, like, use what you find to be the most efficient and friendly and enjoyable. Hey, you know, not everyone, the stream isn't for everyone, so that's fine. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. Use what's right for the job you do. I also think it's important for you to enjoy it. So if you really enjoy Vim, even if it's maybe a little less efficient, I mean, maybe it's worth it. It keeps you motivated. All right, player talk. It might also have been when I laughed about the Vim. That might have driven them away. I shouldn't laugh at things like that, should I? If you're not writing assembly into a plain text editor, can you even call yourself a programmer? What does the word programmer mean? I guess, I don't know. If you don't use ed, which everyone knows is the editor. Have you seen that before? I was looking at terms of service earlier. Ed editor. Oh, did they change this? It used to say ed is the line-oriented text editor. Now it says it's a line-oriented text editor. I love the original man page for ed because it was so, like, funny. It was like, ed is the editor. Yeah, this is like the oldest text editor in existence, I think. Like from the 60s or something. From the original Unix, whenever that was. 70s? 80s? This is all newfangled stuff. I don't even think it had regular expressions. Okay, never mind. It was 81. Oh, why was I thinking it was the 60s? I was just thinking it was so ancient, it must be that old. Anyway, that's my favorite way to diffuse the editor wars is say, well, my favorite editor is Ed, because it's the editor. It's the original, the oldest. At least in Unix, right? Anyway. Game. Where art thou? Here. Talk. Yeah, I wanted to put it into chat, so I don't mean to drag my window like that. When chat comes in, that's something the reducer does, right? Chat. There's a way for me to echo it. Do I do reflect chat received? What does that do? That picks apart sender and target. Well, or we can use empty string. I think I will just do that. So that means input talk. Well, no, the stage. Or talk, really. That's game interaction. Yeah, so this should dispatch actions reflect chat received. It's sort of a bad term. I'll fix that later. So just simulate our line received. So that's all of these things. Wait a minute, I need a key? Oh, no, that's something that this does. It's from state. So the actions I need are line. Do we need an ID? I think that could be null, right? That's only if it has an identifier. So really, I just need line and chat type. Chat type game, right? And then or I'll make a game. Actually, I'll make it. I should make it something else. Let's call it input. And then line is this will reflect what this showed. Talk, direction, and then we'll put in let's make this backticks. Direction. That means I have to decode the direction. So const directions equals A is west, D is east, N is north. Oh, I mean W. S is south. Okay, let's see if that works. Talk north. Oh, that's right. It let's make it do game for now, since I don't have any chat type. Could get in there. So I do want it to be input because I want to color it different. Do I have any opinion on TypeScript? Not really, because I haven't used it enough. It's just a way to sort of build in type safety into JavaScript. I haven't needed it yet. So yeah, that's all I really can say about it. I mean, it looked okay. The Epic Unknown said, when the game's finished, why not a port to NES or sorts? Like the front-end client, port that? I don't know. Just about it's separated enough from the backend that as long as the NES supported WebSockets, I don't know, just the NES isn't networkable, so how would that work? Any game system that can connect to the internet and support WebSockets, though, you could conceivably write a client for it. And the chat, where is that viewed in the chat panel, right? And then, right, this had a formatter. This way, yeah. Input. Sort of like game, but with a different color. Chat input. That means it's in the CSS. Chat input. Here we go. I'll make it white. Let's sort these alphabetically while we're at it. Color white. There we go. Hey there, Pro Sam. All right, this is the end of the front end stuff, right? So, time to go back into the back end. Do I feel like doing unit tests? I probably should. So, the command that it will do is player talk, and what do we expect? I think what it should do is trigger an event in the ECS. So that means I can use an existing command, right? Game command. Hold on a second. Just talking to my son. He's kind of obsessed about taking his temperature now. As in, like, if you have a fever, then you must be sick. If you don't have a fever, you must not be sick. Like, well, you're coughing so much. You're sick. All right. Just getting reoriented here. I was distracted. Let's just say that. Hey, Sam. Oh yeah. Okay. I was gonna look at game commands that trigger events. I had that in ECS, right? What was the one I added yesterday? Mark ticket red. Yeah. Okay. I think we're doing, or I think we're triggering an ECS action when we talk. That's what we're doing. So source tests. Tests. Where are you? I think we're putting it here. Oh, this is getting kind of long. Well, it would be similar to player move, right? Or player input. Do I not do this here? Here we go. This test. Let's copy that. Player talk. That's what I named it, right? Player talk. Add a test user, add an entity. And I suppose the only thing it needs to have is, well, it doesn't need to have anything, really. It can just be an entity. I don't need an input component. It just has to have an entity, which it does now. And then it's player talk, and then a direction. So D would be east. Yeah, because we can look up the player's current position in the game, and then we just interpret the move directly. So it's direction, right? Not move. Right, so it should make an ECS command with the new type that I invented the other day. Event. Right, and I never made unit tests for it, so that's why we're not seeing it in any other unit test place. But the event is an object, right, and has a type. So we'll call it talk. The player, and then there'll be a direction. So that should be equal to entity. Direction will be this. There we go. All right. Let's run that test. Run the test. It will fail. It does not make a journal entry. This player talk is not in the list of commands. I mean, messages that it can handle. Let's add that to the list. There's player input, so we're putting player talk right next to it. Let's have the ECS subsystem handle that one. So pick up item. Next to that will be player talk. And then pick up item check and make command. Next to that we'll have actually I want a little bit more of that. that much of it. Take this and rename it. Player talk. So player talk, you have to be logged in. Otherwise, you get disconnected. All right, so you have to be a player, or your player record has to exist. You have to have an entity. Actually, does that even matter? I could just post it to the game with whatever number that is. And if you don't exist, the system wouldn't do anything, right? So why don't I just keep it simple? And then let's copy what I had for event. Yeah, this thing. No, that wasn't it. This was it. Yeah. Actually, it's almost exactly like that. Yeah, see, this is almost... So, dialogue and player talk are almost the same. Right. Right, instead of input, it's direction. And this is the direction from the message. Okay. And instead of dialogue input, what should it be? Talk? Talk event. All right. See if that passes the test. So if that passes, then we have to modify or add a game system for talking. All right, let's do it. So what game system should talking be done with? Dialogue, maybe? Yeah, might as well. I don't even think I have a test, ACS test for dialogue yet. Yeah, I don't. Okay, let's take trigger and make one for dialogue. Okay. Talk. So right, I need to well, this will be talk to NPC, right? So this will be, it has to have an entity component and a dialogue component. I wonder if I should do what I did with the sign as well. With the sign, I had like a dialogue reference in the sign. Or in the trigger. The trigger had a dialogue reference. I think I should. I think what I should do is the NPC should have a dialogue tag. But it can be self-referring. Hey there, Raimi. Wowee, look who's here. Hope you're squared away with the GDPR stuff. Because I still haven't read all those notes myself. Yeah, so I'm going to have it look for an NPC. So let's make NPC. And that's interesting. Why didn't I use the keys here like I should have? Anyway, what does a typical NPC have? I think it was just cooldown, right? Right, so I don't care about the cooldown. So this will be a new key, actually. Realm server, key, NPC dialogue. Let's just invent a new key. Question, can I go to a file? Oh, I can. So I can go to key. I like that. I hadn't used that before. Const standard string key. So this is just D, I think. because that maps to trigger dialog entity. Okay, maybe I should be consistent. I should be consistent. Okay. Dialog entity it is. So let's just have it self-referring. Self-referential? That means it also has to have a dialog component. And then what did a dialog component need at minimum? Actually, I don't even know if I need anything in here. Let's just leave it empty for now. No position. Oh no, position is needed. Not only is a position needed, it has to be next to the player, so these coordinates are important. Hey there, Oblivion. How are you doing? Remy said, yeah, you read through it. Some useful info in there that have taken you a lot longer to dig out yourself. I know. That's a common, what's the word? That's what I think of a lot about Adam's notes, is that I could have found it by digging through the internets, the interwebs. It would have taken me longer than to just leverage his notes, which is why it's really awesome that Adam takes those notes and shares them. All right, so yeah, player we need, and we need it to be next to. Let's put this at 1.8, and I'll put them, and then I'll use east to talk to it. It'll be talk player. Is it player? I forget now. Player and direction. So the player will be the player entity, and then the direction is the key that they hit. So if we want east, we want D. And this is not important. Right, and so what do we get back? It should be we get back that it initiates a dialogue, right? So that would be let's see what it does in trigger. Trigger. Actually, I can do this trick, right? Trigger. There we go. I like that. It should do this. Dialogues start with the dialogue and the player. Oh, we should also have it include the NPC, because we want to lock down the NPC. And the NPC is the dialogue, right? Yeah. Okay, good. Common scenario? Yeah, that's a good term. Yeah, so the common scenario with all of Adam's notes is that you could have found it out yourself, but it would have taken longer. So it's nice that he does it. Yeah, he is really thorough. And I don't always do this, but I kind of am inspired by Adam and his notes to do this, but writing down what you learn so that either you or someone else later can save some time rather than having to scrounge through and finding it or remember it again. You just look through your own notes or Adam's notes, right? I think it's a good habit to get into. Okay, so I have a player who has a position in the game, an NPC who has a position, and a dialogue, and the position is 1 square to the east. This should just trigger a communication. Let's have 2 of these. Talk to an NPC, and we'll have another one that has talk to thin air, or talk to NPC, or talk no NPC present. So what we'll do is I'll just keep the NPC, but move them too far away. And this should not trigger anything. So should not get any feedback. Or if anything, it should be, the feedback should be to tell the player that there's no one there to talk to. I'll keep it empty for now, but I can update this test later if I want. All right. So this one should actually already pass. Because if you talk right now, nothing happens, even if there's someone present. Oh, this isn't even linked in, is it? This won't even be built. We need to fix that. That is ECS tests. Has to include dialog. There we go. That would have been embarrassing. Add a new file and not build it. Yeah, so Remy, I think that means I think Adam would do well as a teacher. Which he might get into, right? He's talking about that, doing educational stuff. How come this isn't being picked up? This should fix it, though. There we go. All right. Cool. So we just need to work on this. So we're not getting any kind of event feedback. So off to the dialog system we go. I guess we're adding another case here. This should again be a table. Talk. All right. So talk. We need to establish who are we talking about. So const auto player entity is the player, and the direction is a string. Well, this is the direction key. And then I should have a map. I probably already have one in the movement system to map direction keys to directions. Oh, okay. I did it this way. Let's just copy it. Execute dialog events, advanced dialog. Okay, here we go. Map move to delta position. Okay. I'm gonna use it here. Okay. Okay, let's just grab all of that. That's the direction key. Let's rename this. Map direction key to delta position. And then I need to get the position of the player. Let's call this one player position. All right, and so let's get that. So const auto player position is components get entity component of type position from player entity. Now it could be null, so if player position get type is JSON value type invalid, that means they don't have a position in the game. I think we're just going to ignore the event. But given the position, given the direction, we're going to look up in the position index, aren't we? To see if there's something there. So the movement system does something similar, right? It's the can move. Right, it picks the correct position index and does a find. Yeah, so we want to do this kind of thing. All right. Default zone, how do I compute that? Depends on the color. Oh, whether it has, okay. Or really, it's, does the player have a zone key? Int key position zone. And these should be flipped around. And we remove the impulse out of that, right? And replace it with component. Start. So if it's, yeah, if there's no position index, we can't do anything. How do I make this work? Is it just this? It is. Okay. So if the player has a zone key, then we're using it to find the position index. Otherwise, we're using the default position index for the default zone. All right, and then we find all of the entities at that position in the game. And what we're looking for are NPCs. So we would do something like this. NPC of the other entity. And continue unless... so now, given that there's an NPC there, we want to see, do they have a dialog key? So if NPC has or a key NPC dialog entity, then we can talk to them. Actually, we can just turn this around. If it doesn't have one, we can't talk to them. If we can talk to them, then we just initiate the dialog, right? So how do we initiate a dialog? Oh, we have to issue the dialog start. Or can I just do that directly? What did the test do? Oh, the test expects feedback. Yes. So we have to give the feedback, just like the trigger system would have done. So we have to just do this. Enter the diag. Can I just copy this? I should probably promote this up. Just copy it for now. And do what the trigger system does for enter dialog. And then if we get this far, we should return, since we only want to talk to one NPC at a time. So the dialog is the NPC's dialog entity. Entity at the entity at the trigger. That's the player. So that's player entity. Cool. Done. Okay, got closer. Right, didn't have the NPC key in it. Okay, forgot that. Let's put it in here. Other entity. NPC, NPC entity. Done. Cool. Okay, so this should work in the game. It's just that Bob is going to still move around while we're talking to him. So I'll fix that later. I want to get this to work though. He should at least greet us and say move along. While I'm waiting, I should take the opportunity to stretch. All right, are we up and running yet? Yay, look, just in time. Okay, where's Bob? Where is Bob? Oh, there he's Bob. There he is. Okay, it's not working. What did I miss? Let's quickly stop the game and look at the oh, it already made a snapshot. I wanted to look at the journal to see if it actually appended the command or not. FP Justice says the IDE is so helpful. Can you imagine coding without IntelliSense and hints now? Probably one of the most beneficial advancements in programming. I tend to agree. I remember coding without it. What you'd have to have at all times is reference manuals in other windows or physical copies of reference manuals on your desk. And then you would just have to compile a lot more, and you get a lot more compiler errors saying, oh, you misspelled something, right? Undeclared identifier. You doubt you'd be programming now if Visual Studio didn't exist? You'd probably find some other thing like through Sea Lion or Eclipse or something else. If IDEs didn't exist at all, yeah. If all you had was a notepad or something, the barrier to entry would be pretty high, right? Oh, here it is. There was a attempt to talk. I don't think it triggered the dialogue change, though. Oh, no, here we go. Oh, wait a minute, what is this? This is Bob moving, I think. I already lost what it was, but it looks like none of my attempts to talk made any difference. So I missed something in my test then, I guess. Because it should have done a dialogue start, and I didn't see that in this dialogue start. No. So I missed something in the test, or there's something about Bob that is not set up right. Oh, did I have a self-reference? I think I forgot that part. That might have been what I forgot. I always wanted to make games. Visual Studio made that so much easier. That's true. You'd still be making games even if you didn't have Visual Studio. Just be something else, right? Yeah, but the barrier to entry is a lot lower with these nice tools. Oh, game's back up. That's interesting. Why is this not showing that, though? That's weird. Huh. It's like the orchestrator stopped getting information back. It's working, though, now. Okay, let's see what happens when I talk to Bob. Okay, not working. Let me look at Bob, see what's going on. Why is he so introverted today? Oh, yeah, I don't have a self-reference. That's the problem. He's invulnerable, but he doesn't have a dialogue reference. It needs to be self-referential, though. 3330. Update. Now, maybe he can talk to us. Oh, move along, peasant. And I'm stuck because I'm in a dialogue and I can't get out of it. How funny. If I reload, though, there's that trick right now. You even... Oh, no, we're in a dialogue. We can't move. Okay. Bob can move, but we're not. We can't. That's not fair. Yeah, so I'm stuck in the conversation state of dialogue, of that dialogue. So let me get me out of that. Get me out of this dialogue. When I update that, now I can move around, right? Yay. Okay. I think the problem is that that event... Well, when we get into that state, it doesn't know that we should have a... we can ask choices. Ask for dialogue choices. Move along, plebeian. So this is all in the dialogue system, right? When we execute the events and advance the dialogue, we stored that, and we stored no, it's when we get to here, right? This, right? I have this to do. Decide what is expected of the player. Right, so we have to tell the player that they need to make a choice. Either text, number, or a selection. And if it's a selection, we have to tell them what the choices are. Let me think about the best way to test this. I guess it's another dialogue test. It should have a new kind of feedback, though. Well, it's going to be a message feedback to the player. Yeah, so we can do this. I'm going to want to have a lot of helpers for this, actually. Just create those helpers now. So all this common setup, it's the same. Well, not all of it. Position's not important. It's just if we're in a dialogue so the NPC doesn't even have to exist. So if we just make a dialogue that has the script in it, that's enough of the setup that I need. And I need to have do I need to even have a player? Yes, I do. So I need to have a player, and the act would be, well, this part of the setup would be we have to show that they're in the dialogue. So realm server key player dialogue would be dialogue. And actually, no, wait a minute. It's when we have to enter the dialogue first, and then it should tell us what our next choice is, right? Yeah. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? It's going okay for me. You're currently outside and it's raining very loudly. Oh, stay safe, Nui. It's kind of impressive that you can still be watching or at least reading chat outside in the rain. That's true dedication. Yeah, we don't want it to be in a dialogue, actually. I want to enter the dialogue. So this would be dialogue start. So let's name this test. This test would be inform player of dialogue text input needed. There we go. You're under a roof? I assume so, but yeah, the fact that you're outside and it's raining loudly and you're still watching or reading Twitch chat, very impressive. I would probably not want to do that. You receive an auth token, but you need to find out how to decode it. Oh, you're doing some socket.io stuff? Now you're looking how you can authorize a socket with an auth token. I see. Like with a JWT? Is that what it is? Java Web Token? Hey there, Jamega. How are you doing? Why wouldn't I want to be on Twitch outside in the rain? I think I'd be more... I'm more an inside person. If I'm outside in the rain, I'm probably thinking about how do I get inside? Trying to figure out how to do dynamic dispatch. Nice. Java Web Token. Yeah. Cool stuff. Dialogue start needs what? Dialogue and player. We have a player. We don't have a dialogue. Right. So yeah, I'll just make a dialogue that has no initial events, and it should just tell us. It should actually do two things, right? It should tell the game that the player has entered the dialogue and is in a certain state, and then it should also tell the player that text input is needed. right? So that means we'll have an ECS feedback. Yeah, so this NPC, this event feedback, right? Not dialog start though. It would be whatever advanced dialog does. This one, modify component player. So that's player. And that's his dialog. The state is let's call it foo. And then the next feedback will be whatever we do for when we tell the player something. Where do we do that? Destruction? We do that here somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, send chat. Here it is. Here it is. It's a message feedback. MSG. And then why did I do... Oh, that's because it could have other keys in it. Which I do actually want. Sort of unfortunate that I named both keys MSG, actually. But that's because I have player as well, right? And this is in dialog, actually. I do this for a message. Yeah, here we go. Oh, and it's sending it to the whole game. I really wanted to send it just to the player, though. Should I fix that now? I need to find out where... Actually, I don't even know if there is messages just directed to the player. Oh, there is. And it's directed this way, right? This feedback is attached with a... Where is it? Right, we add these keys. So it's not key server client, it's key player. I remember this now. It would be... let's do the test first. Realm server key player. And then the message would be something else. You're under... Okay. Outside is colder than inside for once? So the weather's changing? You cannot convert between interfaces. If the test A always fails when test B fails, then it's written wrong, isn't it? I wouldn't say necessarily that it's wrong. Sometimes I'll make tests that leverage other tests. So like test, let's see, how did you write this? So if test B is testing like some prerequisite of A, I think it's fine for test A to always fail if test B fails, because basically if the prerequisite doesn't work, then anything based off of it shouldn't be expected to work either. I think it's okay. I mean, you couldn't go the extra mile of mocking the dependency, so you can have a mock B, but I don't know if it's always worth it, because when I run my tests, if any tests fail, that triggers me to go into a fix the test or the bug mode, and so I don't really. And if I find out that the core dependency is broken, I'll just fix that first, and I won't care if something else is broken until if it still is broken, even if the dependency is fixed. So yeah, I don't think it really matters. But it's again, if you want to, it's fine. Make that study, the trade study, right? Trade-off. Is it worth the extra effort to mock B. Or just let B be tested by test B, and if A depends on B, then test A probably will fail if B doesn't work. That's fine. At least my opinion is it's fine, but yeah. I try not to trade in dogma. I'm not going to say it's wrong always, or never wrong. Depends on the situation. You have to think about it, though. Is it really worth the extra time to mock B if you can just have A leverage B's tests? What do I want this message to be? It's literally the message to send to the client, so it's whatever I want it to say. It should be, yeah. It's a different kind of request, right? Request text. I think that's what I want. And then I need to craft this dialogue. This didn't need to have anything in it, right? Because we start this. So I just need to have an example dialogue that enters a state that requires a choice. So I'm going to steal from this. Oh, but it's in a different format. It's going to be kind of painful. Essentially, I need this S with that. I need this part of it. And I don't need to have an event. So let me start with this. Just need to change the format around now. So that's this. Actually, if I just turn colons into commas, I'm almost there already. Everywhere where I have an open bracket, I need to have a, I don't need it there. I got a JSON object that all of these places need to have an opening brace. And then all these comma places need an end. I mean, end there. Okay. And then this is a JSON array, but that can be empty. I don't care about those events. I just need it to go to the foo state, right? That's what this test checked for. It goes to the foo state. All right. So this is the start, the initial condition. We transition to the foo state with no events. That means I have to have a foo state with some choices in it. So foo, so this being false means that there are multiple choices. And the choices, it doesn't actually matter what I have for the choices. So I'll leave that empty. That's all I need for the dialogue to get what I want. There we go. If only there was JSONX for C++ like JSX for React. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Both my JSON implementation as well as the one that I was inspired from, which is N. Lohman's JSON for C++, gets pretty close in that it uses these initializer lists. So you can kind of go between this and the real JSON by just changing punctuation a little bit. But yeah, it would be sweet if you could just put in JSON directly. And maybe N. Lohman JSON has a trick for that with, you can make custom literals now with C++ 17. Maybe you can make a JSON custom literal that constructs the JSON object from the literal. All right, so this test will fail because it does the first thing of putting us in that dialogue in the foo state, but it doesn't send us the message that we need text. So that's the part we're missing. So that's outside these events. That's where I had that to do right here. So it'll be I'm not going to do number yet. I'm just going to do text and select, and it depends on this visible flag or not. So if dialog, interpret as a bool, realm server, key dialog, choice is visible? Choice is visible. If they're visible, then it's a select, otherwise it is a text. I'm not going to handle the true case yet. I don't know why this is all of a sudden not showing me all these red swigglies. IntelliSense is confused, I guess. All right. Begin to this. It's message feedback time. And the first one was MSG, right? No, it was key player. Don't I have a message key? I should. I don't. I don't feel like refactoring it, though. Player entity. And the message is another embedded object. Type. Well, this is going to be just like entering a dialog, right? This stuff. Type dialog text. There we go. Hey there, Pon. How are you doing? As far as you know, there's no JSON parser for C++ const expert thing. If there was, I'd expect it to be nlomans. So nloman JSON. This one. This is like probably what you should use for JSON in C++ rather than using mine. So if anything has construction from JSON literal strings, it would be this. Let's actually see if it has it. You would expect it to have something like literal. Oh, there you go. So he has it. Underscore JSON literal. If you have C++ 17. But yeah, it looks exactly like this JSON. So if I get my act together, move to C++ 17, and supports literal syntax, I could probably do the same thing. Cool. Alrighty. Let's see if that passes the test. Yay. Okay, so should I do the multiple choice while I'm at it? I'll call that select instead of text. Inform player dialog select input needed. So here, instead of this being false, it's true, and then we actually have to list the choices. So let me pull from here. Where was it? I had a yes, no. Yeah, here we go. Simple yes, no. Oh, it's in C++ 11? So I should already know this? Well, now I feel bad. I should just do this then. Yeah, but can you have a custom one? Oh, it is user-defined. Huh. Yeah, how do you define one? Let's see. Operator string? Okay. And you can name it whatever you want? Okay. Well, that means I should probably do that. Because that would be handy, wouldn't it? Thank you, Jalmega. As always, knowing more C++ than me means I can learn from you. JSON library could use string literal support. For now, though, let's just do the syntax ourselves. it doesn't matter what I put here. I can put bar and Baz if I want. Actually, do I even need anything here? I don't need anything here. Requirements I'll need for later, though. E doesn't matter. So it's just this. In fact, none of this matters, really. So this might as well just be an empty object. Does it even need to be an object? Yes, because it has to have the requirements. So, but it doesn't have to have any. Do I need that? I don't need it. Let's just remove it. This is the bare minimum. So let's add the syntax here. Turn colons into commas. Put JSON object in front of these. Put closing there and put closing things here. There we go. Oh, and I should change these to not be hard-coded, right? That is realm server key dialog states. And this one was not states, it was dialog choice next state, which also happens to be an S. V key dialog choice is visible. C key dialog choices are key dialog choice requirement, and E is events. Oh. Interesting. Key. Why is this not completing for me? Come on, IntelliSense, you can do this. Key dialog choice events. Should I go ahead and clean this up here where I had the same stuff? Yeah, I should. Key dialog states. Joe Mega said, "May I tell you about our C++ 17 Lord and Savior structured bindings?" You can. I can add it to my where did I put it? To do. Is it over? I put it here somewhere. It was like some reasons why I should update to C++ 17. Was it in notes? I thought it was one of these. I put it here somewhere. Okay, I'll just search. Aha. So I had optional, the implied template argument for unique lock, expected, introduce new variables in the capture clause, create standard string directly by using standard literals, and then our Lord and Savior structured bindings. So I'm building a list of reasons why I should pick up C++ 17. So we've now added to that. Thanks for the follow. C++ 17 node page contains reasons. Yeah, there you go. So knew we found it as well. Let's see. I have no excuse other than that I'm busy making a game, I guess. So this is events. Yeah, you saw your name. You had most of the reasons to move to C++ 17 came from you. Key, dialog, choice requirement, key, dialog, next state, dialog, events. There we go. But this isn't right. What was that? Was that an E? No, that was a C. Okay, that's just wrong. Choices, I think. Yes, okay. So this shouldn't be a text, it should be a select, and then we should have the choices as in some kind of array, right? And the array should be these keys, so it should be yes, no. There we go. I know, Jalmega. I'm trying to build a game. I know, I don't have a good excuse. I'd probably have to sit down for a whole week, make a stream dedicated to learning C++ 17. Well, I just need to schedule it. Pause game dev for a week to learn C++ 17, right? All right. Yes, so it's not checking if it's visible or not. Did I do that right? I did. Maybe the code's broken. It shouldn't have done that. Oh, you know, it should be looking at the next state. Not, this is the wrong key for it to be looking at. Yeah, we have to go to the states. We have to do this next state down here. Next state. Next state key. And we have to ask that next state, are the choices visible? Right, so it doesn't include it at all, and this one should still work now. Good. And then this one. Let me just run all of these tests. Cool. All right. So we're going to list the choices here. So let's pull out this part of it. Well, hold on. I can just make the whole thing up front, right? This part, this much. Message. Auto message equals that. This will be select and then choices, right? JSON array. And then we're going to get a reference to that and build it out. So auto choices, encoded choices is message, MSG, choices. And then I got to go through all of the choices in the next state. So const expert if is C++, a constant expert if. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in C++ 17. That's why I've been sort of intimidated about picking it up, because there's just a lot of stuff in it. I've never had to use make pair. If it's no more, you mean no more in C++ 17? Maybe that's another reason. something I don't need to learn if I just move to C++ 17. Choices is next state. Realm server, key, dialog choices. So it's the keys of this, right? So for const auto choice key in choices, get keys. Encoded choices, add choice key. That's close. What's wrong here? Oh, it got him in the wrong order. Oh, that's true. It's going to be in the wrong order. Do I care about the order? It's always going to alphabetize them. I mean, it's always going to sort by it's always going to lexicographically sort them. Do I care? I guess I don't. I just need to expect them in order down here. So is would be no, yes, because n comes before y. Cool. All right. That's one side of it. The next side is if the front end then gives us a choice, we need to put that back into the dialog. So that is a two-parter, right? One part I think I already did, but I don't have a unit test for it. I should just add that. That would be here. Kind of like player talk. It's player dialogue, right? Let me make one for it. Player dialogue choice text. A choice, right? Or dialogue input, really? Does the dialogue need to even exist? I don't think it does. So the existing code, it should be here. Player, well, it's dialogue. Dialogue, yeah, this one. Dialogue make command. Yeah, it only cares about does the player exist. And it has an entity. Otherwise, it just feeds the input directly. Yeah, and then the dialogue system, what does it do? I don't even think it uses the input yet. I have it marked to do to use it. If it's resume, it just resumes. I'm still logging that stuff. I forgot I'd put that in there. Okay, yeah, so I don't need anything other than the player to exist. All right, so they're going to do a dialogue, right? Input, foo. And the expectation is an event of type dialogue input, player entity, and then input foo. I think this should already work. I just never wrote a test for it because I was lazy on Tuesday. Yeah. All right. So it gets into the ECS as a dialogue input. So then that goes where? Here. And we get down to where if we've already made a choice, really we're just continuing. So we're advancing the dialogue. So if it's not if it's not a pause, then I don't even know why I do that. It should just advance it, right? Oh no, this ignores it. If you send one and you're not paused. All right, okay, that makes sense. So this should do the similar thing. It should figure out where we are. So this much of it actually should know the current state. So this should be done outside, really. So we need to be in a dialog. And yeah, why don't I just move that up here? We need to be in a dialog, and that dialog, we need to be in a certain state of that dialog. If they haven't made a choice yet. Actually, what happens if we advance after they made a choice? Does this clear the choice? Yes, it does. But only if it goes out of the dialog. What if it doesn't? Oh, that's a bug. This should clear the choice. This should do this. Right? And I should expect that in the test for it. Where was that? It was... Oh, I didn't have a test for it. Well, I guess this is it. Yeah, this is it. So it would have to have this expected. All right, good. And the same thing here, too, right? This should be there. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong place. Down here. Yeah, it's getting confused. Okay. Move to the foo state. No choice picked yet. Select a choice yes or no. Move to the foo state. No choice picked. Please enter a text. And then... Yeah. So it does that. Yeah, so the next thing would be input is provided. So... Yeah, okay. So we're going to take this test. Actually, let me do the other one first. This is when dialog is provided when it's requested. Let's put it here. Dialog text input when requested. Okay, so create the dialog. And then I need to have a valid, well, okay, I guess there's going to be multiple tests then. So let's call this one dialog text input matching choice, or it's interesting what it does there. Matching choice, and then there's or choice found and choice not found. Or valid, how about valid choice, invalid choice? So valid choice, we have to have a choice here. Bar, or let's say name. That has to go to another object, right? Which looks like one of these choices. Requirement, next state, and all that stuff. I did that up here. Oh no, down, 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 down. Here. Actually, it was just this. It just had a requirement. No requirement, and then choice next state. Let's say bar. Yeah, just go to a state that doesn't exist, and we'll get stuck. I don't care. And what else do I need? Events. It could be empty. Key dialog choice events. How much do I know about GDPR? I glanced through, read through what Adam's notes had and the GDPR text itself, but I feel like I need to go over it again. Like, I know we're supposed to tell the users what data we collect and why, and give them some mechanism to download their data, and also on request, if they want their data removed, we need to comply with that. And it's all personally identifying information, so usernames, emails, addresses, phone numbers, all that stuff has to be. We have to disclose what we keep, and why, and what do we do with it, and then if they request a copy, we should give it to them, and if they request it be removed, it has to be removed. That's as much as I know about GDPR, but the fine points I don't really know. I need to go back over Adam's notes again and actually read the GDPR, the different parts of it, to make sure I understand it. From what I've been told, though, what I do with allowing you to download the data if you want it and remove it on request is essentially the biggest points for GDPR compliance. I guess the only other part would be I need to have it spelled out in a terms of service, like what the data is used for. But right now it's pretty open. I share this on stream, right? It's only used in the game. If you put in an email address, the only way it's used is if you request an email to be sent to you with a password reset token. That's pretty open and transparent so far. And hopefully you want to keep it that way. You're about to start private testing for an app. You're curious if you're good, just to provide a way to download the data. I think that's essentially what you need to do. But then also you should say when you have a EULA or terms of service or something, you should say like what you collect and why. As long as they can delete without you having to do anything, it removes everything, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, just disclose what you collect and why, and then give them a way to delete it if they want, or to download it. I think you're pretty good. That's my understanding, but again, I haven't read the finer points. Adam knows it a lot better than me, or than I do. So, yeah. Do I want any events here? If there are no events, then there's no feedback to the player. Do I care? I could put an event in there to tell them something. So this would need to be a JSON object, actually. Realm server. The great point is to have a document clarifying what and why you collect. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just the right thing to do anyway, right? Tell them what you're collecting about them and why. If you don't, it's sort of a shady thing, isn't it? Granted, a lot of companies do that, but like, is it right? I don't think so. What do I want here? Event type, right? Tell. Realm server. Key dialog. Event tell message. Hello world. Okay. Does it have to be in lawyer talk, or can you just write it? I would probably put it into lawyer talk. So there are two sites that you can use. I was looking into this earlier, so it's still in my browser somewhere, not this tab. This one. So I had found legaltemplates.net, and then Chris Griffin had found another one called getterms.io. So these look like they're pretty good. Just you can just run the free one and just get a template and fill in stuff there, and just to get an idea of what you should say in your terms of service, right? And then if you want anything deeper, yeah, you'd probably have to talk to a lawyer. Hey there, Chris. How are you doing? Mr. Sir. Link in chat, sure. So this is the one I had found, and the one Chris had found was this one. So they look pretty good. I'll probably run through both of them, and if someone has a third, I'd probably run through it as well, just to compare them. But I noticed here it said, the one Chris found, it said GDPR ready for $15. I don't know what you get for the $15, but maybe it's worth looking into. If it makes me feel like the basic might not be GDPR ready, which is kind of scary. Yeah, let us know, Clayman. I'd like to know what you learn by looking into that stuff. Okay. We should have it already be in the dialogue, right? So this should have a realm server key player dialog already in the dialogue, and we need to have what state it's in too, which is the foo state. Which means I don't really need this default state anymore. We can remove that from the test. And basically it's sitting there waiting until we invoke the system dialog input, right? Dialog input does advanced dialog, right? It does if it's resuming. Here I haven't decided what to do yet, but yeah, that's what it is. Dialog, no, it's not dialog. What do we expect? Player, and then, hold on. Player, and input. So player, input. And this one was to do a valid choice, so name, right? And we should get back that they are now in the bar state. Choice has been cleared. And actually before that it should send the text, right? And what do we do in the bar state? It will advance all the way that far, right? So we should have, actually let's just keep it simple. We'll have it stay in the foo state, so it will again ask for a choice. So it asks for a text again and stays in the foo state. And it will also tell us, give us a message, right? And this I have to remove the key for now. Actually, I can keep that in there. That way I can fix that bug too. So this is type chat, right? Chat. Line and a chat type. Chat. The line is hello world. The chat type is game. You can get sued by the EU, and the EU suing someone is not a laughing matter. Basic from get terms is likely not GDPR compliant, which is why you don't support EU users till you're ready. Not exactly what you would like to avoid. Not supporting EU users is not an option for you as an EU user. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Adam's done it, and so I figure all of his notes will come in handy to figure out what we should do. I think it just comes down to just checking off a list of things you have to do and things you have to put in your terms of service. But to cover all your bases, I guess you either want a lawyer to double check it or get a lawyer to write it for you, right? Since being sued is not a laughing matter. All right, build it. Build it and they will come, right? Right, we expect all this stuff. Instead, we get nothing. Are my expectations right? I think they are. Okay. This is because I have not written the code yet. It's all big. This one is done. Although, let me update this. Actually, I'm just going to drop it. That's done as far as I want to right now. It's this I haven't done yet. We get the choice, and we need to see if the choice is in the list. So I need to get the choices. That's this. Can I just get the choices up here? And then I can reference choices down here. And then I can also see, is it a choice? So if choices has choice input, it's a valid choice. Otherwise, I think what we'll do is if it's not in the list, then we'll look to see if there's a default choice of empty string. If that's there, we use that choice. Otherwise, we do nothing. Also saw something funny about the EU. If the EU is more democratic, it's more powerful. I'm not sure I understand that. I'm missing something, I think. Alright, so if the choice is in the list, what do I want to do? We should make sure that we meet the requirement, but I don't have that code yet. So we're going to, for now, let's actually figure out what the choice is. Choice to follow. Choice to follow. Actually, you know what I can do is just make this choice key and not an auto. And then if we get to this point, then we look it up, and so I'll have it to do once choice dialog choice requirements scripts are available. Here is where we would evaluate such a script to see if the choice is available. Actually, I want to do that inside of here, don't I? Because else, we'll say if choices has an empty string, then choice key equals empty string, else return. We just ignore it if they don't pick a choice. If they have to pick something, there's no default choice. You have to pick something, and they don't pick one of those things, just ignore it. Actually, I should just do it this way. Shouldn't I? I should just do this. And then say if it doesn't have the choice key, then return. Otherwise it has it, and then we'll do the check here for requirements there. Or no, it should be here, right? Because if they don't meet the requirements, we can use a default choice still. It's because of how the EU works. There are 4 big branches. One of them is chosen by the people, 2 chosen by countries' governments. The last one is selected by the government, but confirmed by the parliament, which is elected by the people. So being more democratic means countries have less power inside the EU, giving more power to the EU over the countries. But presumably the countries' governments are also chosen by the people in most EU governments, right? It's just indirect. I'm not very good at politics. I'm pretty good at programming and not very good at politics. Choices, okay. Right, we do the same thing as entering a dialogue, right? Execute dialogue events. That's done by advanced dialogue. I think I just do advanced dialogue with the new state, right? I think that's what I need to do here. So current state key, choice key, event index starts at 0. Yeah, I think we're done. The government can still do something that people didn't want, and there is enough support. If there's enough support in the government itself. Isn't that how most governments are, though? To one degree or another. Again, Raimu not good at politics. Okay, it did the chat, but it did not move us to the new state. Why not? Okay, I'm getting tired, so I'm just gonna do a debugger. So see that. All right, what's the choice key? Name, okay, advanced dialogue. Current state is foo, next state is oh, it stays in the foo state. Yeah, it's only if we move to a new state would it do that. All right, so maybe my test requirement was wrong. Yeah, it won't do that, will it? Because we stayed in the same state. Oh, I'm not even looking at the right test. What am I doing? It should have done that, though. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's not going to do that. Definitely. But it should still do that, and that is a bug. It didn't. That was advanced, right? It only did it if it changed state. But I should do it regardless, so I should do that. And put this inside of this kind of a thing. Like that. This means we're leaving the dialogue. This means we're staying in the dialogue. If the state changes, we need to record there in the next state. But nevertheless, or notwithstanding if we're doing that or not, I don't know how to say that right. Notwithstanding is one of those phrases I'm not sure how to say correctly. Anyway, whether or not we're in the same state or a different state, whether we're in the same state or a different state, doesn't matter. We're looking to see if the state that we're going into or staying in gives us multiple choice or not, and we tell them. So yeah, that works for me. All right, almost done. What's wrong? What's different here? That it should direct it just to the player. So that was a bug from before anyway. That's in this chat here. It should include which player we're sending it to. Key player. That should be the player ID. Realm server key player ID. Actually, the test probably isn't right. Yeah, I don't think that's the right number. That's the entity, right? So it shouldn't be that. It should be... Oh, it didn't create a player? It needs to. Well, okay, no, it doesn't need to. I just need to include the player's ID here. Player ID 42. 42 sounds like an awesome player ID to me. 42. I need to do the same thing in the other tests as well. This one doesn't matter because it's not actually... No, it does matter. It does matter. So this has to have an ID in it. That doesn't matter. That's done. That's done. Yeah, this one needs it. So that needs to go there. And then we're done. I broke it. Oh, it says 2. It's using the entity number instead of the player ID? Probably. Okay, what was that? That's the dialog request? Okay. This is what we should be doing. So we do that for the resume, but I bet I messed up down here. Yep, it's using player entity. Need to use that. Actually, we can get this out once, right? So const auto player ID equals int of that, and then use player ID in those two places. Actually, a lot of this is common too, right? Type dialog key player. The fact that we're calling at the end, maybe I should pull this out. Let's try that. Well, actually, let me see that the test still works. The answer to life and everything is 42, but everything is 4. I don't know. I thought everything was, what is 7 multiplied by 9 or something like that. Hey, look, it all worked. But let me refactor a little bit. Pull that out. And then if the choices are visible, then message request is select. Otherwise, it is text. And then here we're done, right? So it's just message. And then here we have a little bit more, right? So message choices is this. Then get access to it in place, add. So I don't need that anymore. And then I don't need to necessarily have a variable for that. I can just do that. And then this gets pulled out of the if else. Nice. It also works in Dutch. 1, 3 letters, 3, 5 letters, 5, 4 letters, 4, 4 letters. Warcried, how you doing? Trying to come up with a way for your render to read game state without coupling it. Command buffering seems kind of like a slow approach, so I think it needs some form of game state object that a renderer can use. While the renderer remains agnostic to the existence of the game, you can only think of using a combo of mediator and observer, but you don't know. Why don't you want your renderer to read game state? I think it's fine for your renderer to read game state. If you really don't want that, like you don't want to couple that, then I would have some interface or object between them. Is that what you mean by a mediator? If so, yeah, I would agree. Some kind of mediator. An observer is more for when things change, right? But if your renderer needs stuff that isn't changing, observer won't work very well. Well, unless by observer you mean something that can tell you what the initial state is and then tells you something changes, then that would work too. That would be the same kind of thing. The render's on a loop anyway. Yeah, so is mine. Yeah, I would agree. Some kind of object in the middle that collects what the render needs from the game state without having to couple the render to the game state. But then, in the sense that object you're making is doing the coupling, it's just putting the coupling outside of both the render and the game state. So one way or another, it's going to get coupled. You can call it, you're coupling it when you integrate them together into your game. Yeah, so yeah, a third object mediator or observer, either one would be fine. I don't think it would be slow. I'm not sure what you mean by command buffering. Really, people can be misled about what will be fast and what will be slow. You'd be surprised. I would recommend you just try something out in a prototype and actually measure how fast it is. You know, do a release build, measure it, actually how much time it takes, load it down heavily, see how much time it takes, and get a real idea of how if it's slow or not. All games have transform data, materials, etc. Just want to reuse it later, right? Test, and test. Yeah, measure. Don't just accept if someone tells you it's slow or fast. You got to see if it works for you, how fast it really is. All right, I was going to run this again, right? Oh, I broke it. I broke it just by refactoring that stuff? What did I do wrong here? Type dialog. Text. Oh, this should be message MSG request, right? Yeah, I broke it here. Okay, I should just get an access. I should get a message body, right? This message MSG, and this use message body. There, and there without this in front, and there. You may need an abstract implementation. You should provide the data for the render as a copy. It depends. If you use the visitor pattern, you don't need to make a copy. I'm planning to do that for my game too. So, for example, in my renderer, you know, I have stuff like listing all of the components of type position, right? This is actually very expensive because it's making a copy. Right, this makes a copy of all the components in the game that have a position. Very expensive, right? So one way to avoid a copy would be, instead of getting all of the items out as a collection and then iterating, let the components do the iterating by passing in this as a function object to that function. So like functional programming, right? And then while it can iterate in place the original data and just let this code visit that data. You know, it has to be immutable for other reasons, but you don't have to make a copy if you just let the collection, you know, have a peek at your data in place. So then it's not doesn't have to be an abstract implementation. It's just the visitor pattern. It's sort of like inside out. That's another way you could do it. But yeah, you're right. You could do an abstract implementation. That way, using inheritance, you would be able to specialize the code to have access to the data. Um, I mean, specialization, making an implementation, eventually has to be concrete. You're doing integration, so it's one way or another. You got to couple the stuff. The render loop can be ensured that the buffers that you want to write are not in use. Well, it depends. If you need exclusive access, yeah, there's lots of ways you could do that. But maybe you don't need exclusive access. If it's read only and nothing else is writing to it, you could have lots of readers at the same time, right? You don't need to copy the transform. You could just update the UBOs on the render side and sync the transform by mutex. Yeah. So when you say sync the transform by mutex, then you're talking about exclusive access. I found in my game mutex very expensive, especially when it's polled in a loop. So other people have been pushing me to get rid of the mutexes and go to lockless, like either queues, like job queues, or just lockless collections. Gotta be careful when you start using mutexes. That you can get in trouble various ways. Jamaica says, been looking into how Rust does dynamic dispatch and seems to have the same issue as Rust. You can only cast to something that exists out of multiple interfaces, then only one interface has functions. I don't quite understand that, but okay. Better code concurrency. Sounds like an awesome video to watch. Yeah, concurrency is a whole bucket of problems. You queue the transfer and then fetched by the render thread. Oh, you're talking to 3D extended. I missed that one. Create generic object definitions and stores them. Be able to reuse them later. Yeah, I don't know if I've been following the thread as well as 3D extended and others. Thanks for the follow. How do you say your name? Original Riven? Or is it Origin Riven? Okay, anyway. These tests, right? Run them again. Passed. Okay, so I think the backend work is done. Now I just need the front end to understand when it gets this message to select or to input generic text, right? And that's going to be 2 more contexts that I need. So let's work on, let's restart the cluster. And while I'm waiting for that to come up, I can work on the front end. So this is like stage.js middleware. Actually, what I want is the server message. Ultimately comes back as dialog, right? Dialog. Oh, I had it as pick. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. If you talk about lockless, if you copy a transform, you need to sync at one stage. You can't push it straight into a vector without a sync. Maybe it's already in use, but push forces a resize. Yeah. Well, when I talk about lockless, it's more of that you use it in concert with something like a job queue, where it's an alternative way to synchronize, right? Instead of having multiple threads, you would have one thread, and it just processes a queue. So basically, there's one thread that can make changes, and it makes changes by responding to queued requests, and the queue data structure itself is lockless. You can push onto the end of it without holding a lock, and the one thread that's changing the game state can pop things off the request queue without locking. And then every other thread or process in the game would not touch the data, would not write to the data directly, but would push stuff onto the queue to make changes. Now, what happens if you want to read something while that thread is making changes to it? That might actually be a job. You might have a job to sample the data, and then you get either a copy or it would call you back. React, yeah, I'm looking at, this is not React, this is actually Redux, but yeah, I use both Redux and React here in the front end to my game. If you haven't seen it before, it looks like this. Why did this window crash? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, this is the game I'm working on. The backend is all C++. The front end is Phaser.js for this Canvas WebGL stuff, and then React for this interface, and Redux for the state. So right now I'm working on the dialog system, where when the game backend goes to the front end and says, I need some input of certain types, that we change the state. So, for example, I had a test bridge over here that changes the context to the resume context, that you have to hit a key to continue, and then it says something else. So I'm working on, oh, I'm locked, I'm stuck. Wait a minute, what happened here? Oh, that's interesting. These keys work, but my input's not working. That's a bug. Sorry, I got distracted by my bug. Let me see what it is. It's probably... Oh, it thinks we're in chat? Oh, it returned to the chat context and we shouldn't be there. Now I can move. All right, so leaving the dialogue goes to the chat context. Yep, I need to fix that. Is this my artwork? Yeah, it's just Raimu art. It's novice artwork. Yeah, so Mordem, if you have any questions about like my use of React and Redux, let me know. This particular part is Redux, but the React part of that would be like, for example, this bar, or if you hit chat in this, that's what I'm calling inside my the React part of my app. Let's find it. This input chat. So this is the React component that draws this. And then in this state where there's just two buttons, that's my actions thing with the two buttons. So I'm actually in the process now I'm going to add another one for when you're talking to an NPC, it should pick another input context. I had pick, but I'm going to change that to select. Select. This one I'm not, maybe I just remove that for now because it doesn't exist yet. And yeah, so this input context doesn't exist yet. Let's make that select. And yeah, we get the messages, I mean the choices from the server backend. That looks like choices. So I guess we're going to dispatch that, right? So our reducer can hold on to them. Set dialog choices. Choices is message choices. So set dialog. So this is mostly Redux. This the side effects in the front end, stuff that isn't immediately drawn for the user interface, it's all handled in my app with Redux. Either Redux middleware, which is what this is, or Redux reducer, which is what this looks like. And set dialog choices, I need to define that action. Define dialog choices. Actually, I shouldn't use set. It should be reflect. Trying to be consistent about the naming. If we're updating the user interface to reflect something the game has told us, it's reflect. If we're actually changing what we're doing on the front end directly, it's set. At least that's how I've been justifying it to myself. So reflect dialog choices would go here. reflect dialog choices. We just need to store them, right? Dialog choices. Action choices. Alright. And we're putting that here. And empty array. Okay. So if this sets the input context to text or select, I need to actually have matching things in React for that. So in chat, down here where I have the, where is it? This input elements, I need to have one for select and one for text. So text input, let's make it dialog text. So I remember what that is. And then the same thing for, I wonder if I should just call that dialog text. I should, shouldn't I? Dialog text, and this is, let's just call it what it is. Dialog resume. Actually, no, might want to reuse that for later. This is definitely dialog text, and this is definitely dialog select. Dialog text and dialog select. All right. Which means they need to be imported. Let's just copy this one of these lines 2 more times. Dialog select and dialog text. Okay, let's make these. So chat and dialog text are going to be very similar, so let me just model one after the other. Oops, I can delete that guy. This one, duplicate that, input dialog text CSS. There we go. Let's call this dialog text bar and dialog text instead of chat. Better than you could do? Nah, you could do it. You managed to implement which feature, Romania? Which feature are we talking about? All right, what props do I need? I probably don't need this one, do I? I think that was just a hack for some reason. This is if I want to escape. I don't think well... Yeah. I think it really is on cancel or on escape. And this we don't do. And this is not send chat, it's on dialog respond. And it's the input, yeah, okay. Cancel. Cancel, cancel. I don't actually have a way to cancel a dialog right now with the backend. Maybe I'll leave that out for now and not have a cancel button. I'll have a cancel button that just doesn't do anything. How about that? We'll have this not do anything, and we'll have have it not do anything. There we go. So this, instead of chat input, it's dialog text bar. And instead of chat, it should be response. Let's call this one response ref. And that's only to give it the initial focus. Respond. Okay, and they need the other one too, otherwise it won't compile. The other one is selecting a choice. Actually, isn't it the same thing? You're gonna have to type it out anyway. Oh no, wait a minute. I wanted it to like send into chat the choices and just number them, and you hit a single number. But it's not going to have its own input, so it's going to be kind of like resume, right? Yeah, so let's copy that and call it input dialog select. That feature? Oh, regarding socket IO and JWT. Oh, that's cool. You'll have to add redis cache, but that's another story. I see. Alert underdeveloped. Yeah. So this is dialog select bar. I think for this one, I just want to use what I had here for cancel. I'll just remove that for now. I will not have the cancel do anything, but I'll have it present. And then this will say what? This will say you choose your choice. Press the key. I don't know. How about just choice for now? And that means when we okay, so it's a little bit more involved than having, I don't need an action. Leave it in there for now. I know I don't need state, so I can remove that. Can I clean up this one more? No. All right, anyway. It won't print the choices yet because I'm putting I'm putting the choices in the Redux state, but I'm not actually showing them in chat. I need to show them in chat somewhere. Let's have middleware do that. Game interaction, reflect dialog choices. All right. I won't have a test for this yet. I'll have to test this later. Right now, Bob doesn't let you make choices, does he? Oh, no, he did. He had a yes-no choice. Right, so the way I'm going to do this is like what we did with chat. This stuff, reflect chat. So the name is sort of weird. But it's not that we receive chat, it's printing out something. So the line, so it's going to be basically doing this in a loop for all choices. So I need get state then. Because we're doing get state session, what do I called it in the session reducer? Dialog choices. For each choice, do this. And so it will be, and you can have an index, right? I can have an index because I want to include that in here. So the line will be index in parentheses and then followed by the choice. I think that's what I want. Let's try it out. I have no idea if this will work. Let's go find Bob and try to talk to him. Where did Bob go? Oh, there he is. There's Bob the guard. Let's try it, see if we can talk to him. Oh, he moved. Move along, peasant. Let's see, he can move, but I can't. I'll have to fix that later. Name. And it's not sending it to the right place. It should have sent it back to the game. Thanks for the follow, Frankensteinel. So that problem is in dialog text, right? Oh yeah, we don't want to send chat. We need the other action. I already made one, right? It was in the stage middleware, or when you hit a key. Okay, it was dialog resume. Okay, so I want like game dialog response or something. Response, and then we'll have a choice instead of line, right? Yeah, because it's going to be whatever choice we put in there. So I need that action, and I need that to go to middleware, back to the game. So game dialog response. Game dialog response. Which is caught by game interaction middleware. Which kind of looks like that resume down there. So let me just copy that to begin with. Because it's dialogue, but there's also whatever the backend wanted. I forget now. I forget things after like half an hour. It was not here, right? It was in ECS. Yes. It's input. Okay. Input is the action comes from the action, right? So I can just do that. A little trick there. And are we also sending it to the game back as no, here. Okay, this is the other bug, right? It shouldn't go to chat, it should go to what should it go to? I guess the default would be actions. But if we stay in the dialogue, it'll just go to the next choice. Is that all I need? Let's try it out. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in the dialogue, so I need the DM to rescue me. Rescue me, I'm stuck in a dialogue, I can't move. Remove you from the dialogue. Update. Now I can move, and I can try to talk to Bob again. Move along, peasant. Name. Still not sending it the right way. What did I do? Did I not save it? I didn't save it. It helps if I save it. Alright, let's fix that again. Recover me from my dialogue. I'll have to fix that too. When you re-log in, it should just pull you out of whatever dialogue you're in. Otherwise, you'll be trapped. Talk. Name. I can't help you with that. Why not? Job? Guard? Oh, it was capitalized, right? I thought I could respond to that. Is it not sending the right thing? Let's see. Dialogue. Oh, this problem again. I hate this problem. Yeah, this filter doesn't work if we're constantly getting Redux actions flowing through. Okay, so he's responding. I can't help you with it. At least he's responding. I had this in the clipboard somewhere, right? Here? So he's always going into this one, even if I type name. He should tell me he is Bob, if this was working. At least he's doing that. And can I cancel out? Cancel doesn't work. I can cancel that way, but I'm still trapped in the dialogue. No, I'm not. Now I'm escaped. What would it be? Oh, it would have printed out to the console here, right? How come it's not? I thought I left that stuff in there. It's not printing it right now. Why not? Oh, it's this bug again. It's not printing it because the orchestrator got stuck. There it goes. It's catching up now. There we go. Received process input for dialog state conversation. Okay, name. That's interesting. It just says processing input. It doesn't say the choice I made. Did I not put that in there? Processing input. Oh, I guess I'm not printing it out. I should print it out though, right? To try to figure out what's going on. So it should have got it from the input. And then it should have done advanced dialog, which it does if the choice key is empty string. It's always going, so it's like it does that. So maybe choices is wrong. Let me look. Choices is the current state's dialog choices. Current state is with the current state key. Okay, that should have worked. Because it said the state was conversation, right? Yeah, state conversation. Maybe we should just print out the choices. That would be a lot of code. What's this for? That's not, I don't need that to do anymore. I'm not sure what's going on, so I'm going to do some print statements. We'll print out what the choice was. Choice given is choice key. And we'll say choice invalid. If we get that far. And then if we get this far, we'll say choice not found. Well, we shouldn't get that far. That shouldn't happen, right? This advanced dialog is probably not printing anything. Let's print something here. It doesn't have access to the diagnostic center. Okay, never mind. Class name is still resume. Is that the problem that I had? You might have gotten some. Might have found it. That's not it. Resume. I don't see the, okay. Class name is still resume. Yeah, I say that a lot, Steve. I also say the quote, I know what it is, end quote, and that's only 50% of the time accurate. Let's try over again and see what I can print out with this. Okay, I know that it's at least getting into advanced dialog because it just always picks the default choice for some reason. We should be including input in the event. I can verify that. That would be dialog respond takes the choice So dialogue, game dialogue response. Sends dialogue with the input. Yeah, resume doesn't send an input, but this one does. I think it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I can't move. I am trapped. Rescue me. Take me out of that dialogue. I have escaped. No, I haven't. Why can't I move? Well, that's interesting. I got into that state somehow. Talk to Bob. Name? Can't help you with that. Choice given empty string. Okay, so it didn't get transmitted correctly. Oh, yeah. So, Orig was probably right. I'm not sending the right action. Was it in the game interaction down here that I messed up? No, it did response. Dialogue, game dialogue response. Choice is in there. Oh, wait a minute. Is it mapped correctly? Oh, no, this is wrong. It's choice. Input is choice. There we go. That's the problem. And TypeScript would have told me I made that mistake, wouldn't it? I should be using TypeScript. Okay, rescue me from the dialogue I'm locked into right now. There, not in a dialogue anymore. Okay, let's go talk to Bob again. Name? I am Bob. Job? I guard this place. Guard. That's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. Peasants. Peasants. Okay, did I not spell that right? Peasant. Are you a peasant? Oh, zero based. And I haven't done the key input here. I forgot to do that. So, okay, couple problems. Should I color that goldenrod like this or leave it white? I should probably also remove the front parentheses. It should be one based, right? And when I hit the one key, it should actually make the choice. Steve says, I think I have a healthy dislike of JavaScript, at least in the context of running in the browser. I see. Maybe green? Could be. Yeah, I haven't really settled on the colors yet. What I'll do is I'll give it its own class so that we can change the color independently. Hey there, Mr. Posh. Yeah, working on the dialogue system for this game. So there are a couple problems, right? Bob shouldn't be able to move around while we're talking to him. This should be one based. I should be able to hit one and actually make a choice. And escaping the dialogue should actually clear the dialogue I'm in so I can move again, and I'm not doing that. So right now, I always have to do this, which is remove the dialogue state from my character's entity, and then I can move around again. Okay, what am I going to do first? How about the zero-based thing? That's in game interaction here, right? Where I had reflect dialogue choices. So this should be like index plus 1, and let's remove the front of that, and then let's make a different chat type, dialogue choice, and then that we could then give it its own class. So that shows up in chat. Chat. Wherever game is, here it is. So dialogue choice. And we'll model it after input, but we'll give it a different class here, dialogue choice. And that goes into the CSS for chat. Oh, do I have chat in front of them all? I think I do. Yeah, so chat dialog choice. Chat dialog choice. This is not alphabetically sorted. How could I? Okay. So we're thinking green, right? Green. What did I? Oh, no colon. Let's try it out. Where are you, Bob? Ah, no one there. Peasant, right? How come you can't help me with that anymore? Name. There we go. Okay, now it's in green. It's a little hard to read. Now maybe I need to make it brighter green. Color. Lawn green. That's nice. Okay, now let's add the handling of the number keys. You can invert the colors gold for choices and player stuff, white for other things, just as a suggestion. Yeah, I take suggestions. That's great. Something that I probably would probably do a straw poll to figure out. Maybe red. Yeah, so I think everyone's going to have a different opinion. You know what I could also do is just make it, I leave it up to you, I'll have a user preferences thing where you can just customize the colors you want. Because it's super easy, right? It's just lets you change this part of the style sheet, right? You can pick whatever colors you want just by modifying the style sheet. We'll do functionality first, form later. How about that? How am I doing on time? I have like a half an hour left. Preferences are a good idea. Yeah, I want to do that because not everyone's going to like everything equally there. And that's something where it's super easy to customize. All right, the number keys. So if I'm in the choice context, the stage middleware is what's intercepting keys. So yeah, I haven't written a case for this yet. It's in, if we're in the dialog select, right? Then we'll need to know how many keys, right? So const. Why do I have that? Why is that a let? Can't that be a const? Const num choices, right? That's I have access to get state, right? Yes, get state session dialog choices length. So if e key code is greater than or equal to, I hope I can do this. How do I do 0? Do I really have to do 0? Gosh, I hope I don't have to do that. Let's assume that they're all ranked, that they're all sequential, right? And that it starts, first one starts with the ZERO. Then I can say if key code is less than, actually this should be 1, right? 1. Yeah. 1 plus num choices, right? Then the choice index is the key code minus that. And then I can format that as a string and send it, right? No, I have to use that as an index into this. So let me get access to that. Choices is that. That's that length. Right, so dispatch actions, game dialog, what was it? Whatever input dialog text did. Game dialog response. And it had to be choice. So const choice is choices choice index. And then if we get that far, we can ignore the key for it. We handled it, right? Let's see if it works. Okay. Bye, Jelmega, and hello, Multiple Pixels. How are you doing? I'm working on dialogues right now. There's a slight bug in that if in the previous iteration of the test I was in a dialogue, I get stuck and can't move until I clear this part of my player component. Now I can move again and find out where Bob wandered around to. Where do you think Bob went? You go this way? No. I hope he didn't get killed. That would suck. Have to make him all over again. Uh-oh. Bob didn't die, did he? Where's Bob? Uh-oh. What happened to Bob? I can't see him. He seems to have disappeared. Oh, that sucks. I thought I made him indestructible. What happened to Bob? We can make him better, stronger, faster. Okay, let's do that. We'll take one of these guys. This is the new Bob. I should have just remembered the entity number. I could have tracked him down. All right. True. Oh, actually, I forget what's... It's 48, right? 48 by 4? 44, 48? Name... Bob. And actually, I just noticed another bug when I hit T, it changed the context there. So there's Bob. Again, he is new, better, stronger, but he doesn't have a dialogue attached to him, so let's do that. NPC D is his own entity number. And then dialogue. Good thing I had a copy of it here. Paste and refresh. Okay, he's back. Bob is back. Bob 2.0. His entity number is 2981. Oh, I didn't make him indestructible. That's important, because I don't want to kill him by mistake. Whoop. That's what I called it, right? Indestructible? No. Invulnerable, I think. Invulnerable. That's what I called it. Invulnerable. Update. How come it's not accepting it? Oh, because... Hey there, too, bud. Yeah, we're sorry, Bob. Okay, anyway. I should not be able to kill him now by stepping on him. Okay, yeah. He's truly invulnerable again. I don't know what happened to him. He wandered off somehow. Or he got killed. Anyway, let's talk to him. Name. I am Bob. Job. Guard this place. Guard. Peasant. No. What are you then? GM. Oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? Name. I am Bob. Okay. And then, actually, do I have a way to escape the dialogue? I don't. Oh, no, I do. Bye. There we go. Okay. Cool. So let me tell him that I am a peasant this time. Yes. Of course you are. Okay. Peasant. No. What are you then? Alex. Whatever. Hey, cool. Basic stuff working. There's some bugs I need to work out, though. Can I ask you what you did as a full-time job before coding your game? Yeah, it's in my coding journey. I did, like it says there, I was in an R&D group
at a big company, and I basically built little test applications and libraries to help out the R&D people. So, for example, one group was working on new speech coders for cell phones, right? So they had what they call a C simulation, how to encode and decode speech. And I wrote a little voice over IP app to help them play around with that. You have to write your responses to the AI. Oh, to the dialogue? Yeah. So that's modeled after the Ultima series, right? Ultima, I think it started with Ultima 4, but you talk to an NPC and you have to usually say name, job, and then depending on what responses you would get, you would know what to type next. Right, so he says, I make sure all you peasants stay in line, so you do peasant. And he says, you are a peasant, aren't you? Yes, of course you are. Actually, I should have it print out what we picked, right? Also, when we type name, it should print that out too. So let me do that next. So, bye, Bob. Don't die. That's in game interaction, right? This, right. Reflect chat received. I did that for this talk, right? Yes, for input. So we'll reuse that. Or did I want to use something different? So maybe no, input's probably fine, right? So when we tell the game our choice, let's do it first. We'll just echo. Basically, the line is the choice. Or how about we say you say choice. All right. And then we'll do the same thing for when you select. Actually, it's for the same thing. It works for both, right? Imagine in the future you could have neural net running in the back end that responds to you, like a dynamic dialogue. Depending on what you type, it learns how to respond. Name, you say name. I am Bob. Job, you say job. I guard this place. Peasant, peasant. You're a peasant, aren't you? You say yes. Of course you are. Peasant. No. What are you then? I'm the GM. Oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? Bye. Oh, he should have said something. Oh, he did. It didn't. Oh, that's that bug, right? It doesn't scroll to the bottom all the time. I need to fix that. There was a hack in there to get around that, right? This had some kind of hack in it on submit. Not this one. This one. Scroll to bottom of chat history. That was a hack, though. Let's put that in. Actually, no, it's not quite a hack because you might have scrolled up and then decided to go talk, right? When you do that, it should scroll to the bottom. We should be doing that, yeah. That is a prop from here. Oh wow, it's a total hack. This should be something Redux does. Right? You know, I'll handle this later. Let me just put it in my notes. Need to add a scroll to bottom of chat Redux action. Use this after every chat message reflected from dialogs. Yeah, I'll just handle that later. Let me check in what I have so far. It's quite a bit of work and I haven't checked it in all day. Yeah, a lot of work. So this is add NPC dialog interaction and text selection responses. Did that commit it? Yes, it did. Will there be pets and mounts? Yeah, I think so. Because, for example, if I look at the real game, you might be on the edge here. Actually, let me give myself a icon. 3760. I should just have that coded in here. 3760. Because I like to be a tiger. There I am. You might walk up to the edge here, and there might be a ship docked here that you can step on, board the ship, and now you can move around in the water, right? And when you get to the coastline, you would hit exit, and then you'd dismount the ship, and you'd leave the ship behind. So that was in the Ultima games. So I want to have the same kind of thing. Vehicles and other mounts, you would jump on them or board them or whatever, and then you would your capabilities and movement would change. You get in a flying carpet, you can fly around. You get in a ship, you can go on the water. That kind of thing. Thanks for all the follows. Dumb question, but where are you running your test environments? Just on my local computer. That's why you see localhost up there. So it says localhost 3000 because when you run npm start with create React app, it just runs a local Node.js instance, and whenever you change your source, it just recompiles and updates the Node server directly. And so 3000 is just the default port number for a local Node.js server. And then when it's talking to the backend, it's also through localhost. So if I go to this /client config debug, no? What did I call it? I forget what I called it, but there's a special client configuration for the debug area, and it's all pointed back to localhost again. All right. What do I want to fix next? Oh, wait. What? Bob, the original Bob's back. Was he hiding? And I just didn't see him? Where was he? Oh, I left that teleporter in there. Where does that go again? It goes here. He was hiding here all along. That's okay. Which one's the original Bob? This one, right? 33330. So this is the new Bob. So let's change his name. He's also Bob. Yeah. This is the new Bob. So we'll call him Bob. We'll call him also Bob. But that's the original Bob right there. He still works, right? Peasant. I need to make it case insensitive. No, I'm the GM. Bye. Move along. Yeah, Bob, also Bob. Okay, he didn't die. He just got teleported to another test zone. I forgot I had. Yeah, we have two guards named Bob. Should I change him so he says his name is also Bob? So I would do that by going to his dialog, and I need to fix this too. Okay, let's just pull the whole thing out and make a new file. Say that it's JSON. Format it. Yeah, put it all in alphabetical order. I am also Bob. Let's put also Bob. Let's have another conversation piece. Say, we thought Bob died, but really he just went on vacation. He's back now. But we thought Bob died. We thought Bob died. So I got hired to replace him. Then we found out he was then we found out he had just gone on vacation. He's back now. I was afraid I would be fired. The kind GM has kept me here for now. There we go. So that's also Bob. And so we're going to take him and put his dialogue back into place. Update. All right, now we can go ask him about that. Now, where did he go? He's over here. Name. I am also Bob. Also Bob. I thought Bob died, so I got hired to replace him. Then we found out he had just gone on vacation. He's back now. I was afraid I would be fired, but the kind GM has kept me here for now. Bye. Move along. What about a combo box for potential answers? So that's in here. If you ask him about peasant, he says you're a peasant, aren't you? And you get the multiple choice. No. What are you then? And then now we're in a special thing where we can say GM. And if I say GM again, it says I can't help you with that. Because this was a special state we got to from saying peasant and then answering no. So yeah, that's the, instead of combo box, I just thought I'd do multiple choice. Type your choice. If you're saying you want me to put, like, okay, I guess I could do that, right? Would that help for mobile? Where did also Bob go? Oh, he's still wandering around. So you're saying instead of choice, I could have a combo box in between choice and cancel, and the combo box has these options in it? I guess we could do that. I really want the also cancel to be all the way on the right here. Let me think about that. I don't want to do it right now. Give you a point for the suggestion, though. I hope I didn't forget to hand out points to people who were helping before. Need a summon command. I do need a summon command. Didn't I put that in these tools, actually? The problem is I didn't know what I forgot what Bob's entity number was. But let's say I didn't forget. So his entity number was 3330, right? So if I forget where he is, let's say I'm off here and I don't know, I can now go to here and type 3330, fetch, and if he has a position, I can go select, and we jump to him. So if I had remembered his entity ID of 3330, we could have gone and seen him. But that's what I had forgotten. I didn't know what his entity ID was. I could also have something that looks up all entities and finds the one with a tile named Bob, and then yeah. So there's more tools I could have. Also, when not having a choice dialog for common things like buy, easier for auto completion. I like that idea too. I do want to make it case insensitive. You know what they did for the Ultimate games is you would only need to type in the first 4 letters of something. You can type a gar instead of guard. And instead of saying, I can't help you with that, it would have just known to say that. I don't know if I want to do the same thing. I do want to do the case insensitivity, though. I want to be able to type in guard. And he should say yes, that's my job. So that would be in where we match up the choices, right? So that would be dialog here. So if I made all the keys and choices lowercase, then I could take this and just do lower to lower on it, right? So system abstractions. I don't have that included. String extensions, right? To lower. There we go. I just need to remember for Bob here. And also Bob. To take all of the choices. Actually, this is the original Bob, right? I need to make all the choices lowercase. Name, job, guard, peasant, by. GM. Okay, let's put that back into Bob. Update, and then we find also Bob. And he was untitled 4, right? Yeah. By, guard, job, name, also Bob, peasant, GM. Paste, update. Okay. So guard. Right, because I haven't updated the server backend. So let's do by, and then rebuild the backend and test it. Nope. Oops. I guess it terminated it anyway. Oops. The ton check. Let's reload. Oh, only have like 10 minutes left before I need to take a break. I don't think this is ready to deploy because people can get stuck in dialogues right now. So that's probably what I should spend the rest of the time today on is you should be removed from a dialogue if you log in. If you log in, it should just strip you out of your dialogue that you're in. Also, if you hit escape, it should just leave the dialogue. Okay, anyway, let's go talk to Bob again. He moved. Okay. Guard or capital guard, doesn't matter now. Cool. Could exiting the dialogue on login be used to exploit anything? Well, I don't want players to get trapped in dialogues. So I'll just have to engineer all the dialogues to be like assume that you can escape them at any time. So I would never use the dialogue as a mechanic to force you into a sequence, in other words. So I would do it some other way, like once you get into the sequence, maybe your character physically has an attribute added, so that even if you were to relog, you might escape the dialogue you're in, but you'd still have that attribute attached, and so you might re-enter the dialogue quickly upon login, and then have, because you're in some kind of sequence that you can't escape just by logging. Yeah, so I want to escape the dialogue and log in. Also, if I'm talking to someone, like also Bob, and I hit escape, he didn't die, he teleported, by the way. Escape locally removes me from the dialogue, but it doesn't tell the server about it. So I think I want a command I can tell the server called dialog escape. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Let me do it on the front end first. So that was in the stage if you hit escape, right? Oh, and there's another bug I wanted to fix here too. Where was escape? Here it is. Yeah, I want to see if the input context, if we're in a dialog, which is either dialog select or dialog. Oh, why did I call it talk? It should not be. It should be dialog. Oh no, that's fine. Wait a minute. I'm missing the dialog input, aren't I? Because it didn't need any special key stuff, did it? But I don't want it to move while we're talking. Well, it won't. It won't. It shouldn't. It might try though. Yeah, I should have if we're in the dialogue what did I call it? Text? Can't remember what I called it now. It was here though. Text. We'll just do nothing. Yeah. Should go to the input bar. Actually, you know what? If where was it? This stuff, this check here, I should have done outside regardless. If you're in a text area or input, we shouldn't interpret keys unless it's escape. So I'll put it after escape right there. Then if we're in dialog text, hitting any key will not do anything because you'll be in that. Okay, so if you do hit escape and we're either in dialog select or dialog text, then we want to escape the dialog. So dispatch actions escape dialog or dialog escape. There we go. How have I done to show the spaces? Watching for the new Edge browser? That's cool. Oh, it's not part of the font. It's something you can set up in VS Code called render whitespace. So, and I learned this yesterday. There's not just on or off. If you do boundary, it doesn't show them for spaces inside of a line. It only shows it if at the beginning, or if you have spaces at the end, or if you have more than one space in the middle. So yeah, normally I think the default is none, and you don't see anything. I like to see whitespace characters, so I just turn it on. But yeah, Visual Studio has a similar thing, and most editors actually have a way to show whitespace. So it's just that editor thing. Dialog escape. Dialog. Oh, I wanted this to be game dialog, to disambiguate it from that kind of dialog. Right, because we have response, resume, now we're adding escape, yes. Game dialog escape. We want that to send a special message to the game. Actually, you know what? I also want it to do that implicitly, so this should be something game interaction does. Dialog escape. Let's just copy this. Game dialog escape, and I want it to do what the stage was doing here. Here. Actually, it already does it down there, so I don't need to do it. So we don't do anything there. Dialog escape. And there's no choice needed. Okay, and then the back-end work. Test first. ECS. So we start in a no, we're not in a dialogue. I need to have one where we start in a dialogue. I think I had that in this. That's the dialogue, but what about, here we go. Player ID? No. Here it is. I guess I need to create the component, don't I? Let's call that player. And does it really matter? It doesn't. It can be whatever I want it to be. Player. Oh, I have two things for player. We'll call it player entity. Okay, and then we're going to send the message dialog escape. What I wanted to do is just append an ECS action. It should be to take it to modify us, so modify component, this thing. Just to remove us from the dialog, right? So, like that. Modify the player component, player entity. To clear these two fields, really. Actually, it should clear all four of them, in case the other ones are in there, or all three. Yep, I'm over time. The settings JSON is common for all folders. There are separate JSON preferences. Like this one is stored in my app data roaming, but you can also have one that's project-wide only and not global. So yeah, you can put it at any level. Like this right now is for every project I open, but you can have project-specific settings too. Hey there, Cthulhu. Cthulhu, you're coming in at the end. Yeah. So you can either, you can put it global, you can put it in the project-wide settings. I think you can even have settings that are directory-specific. I could be mistaken about that, but yeah. So this should be null pointer. And I also want to clear dialog choice and event index, yes. Yep, there we go. There's the test I want. Just woke up. Wow. Isn't the Earth flat? Why are you waking up at 2 p.m.? It probably doesn't like that I didn't give this a unique name, right? So this would be player escape, or player dialog escape. Okay, it doesn't do anything yet. Let's make it do something. So that needs, of course, to have an entry in the client messages. So here we go. Register client message dialog escape, right? Why did I copy that? I don't know. And that goes to the ECS system. So just like dialog, in ECS is declared as a client message. So here's a new one, dialog escape. And this should probably be dialog input, actually, or dialog response or something. When I refactor, I'll rename it later. So dialog check and make command, right? So we're basically copying these and paste, and then take this word and call it dialog escape, and just form the action I want, which is what the test expects. So that means I really don't need this entity to exist at all, do I? This component. I don't really need that. I'll keep it in there, though. The whole thing. Paste it there. And then I can remove these, because we're in that namespace now. This is player.character entity. There we go. Done. Yeah, it's getting late, isn't it? Over in the EU. Don't be ridiculous. Of course it's flat. Yeah. Are local networks and sockets in your realm of expertise? Yeah. And hey there, Linksy Cat. So yeah, the game I'm working on is using WebSockets, and I've been using Chrome DevTools to see that. So I'm keeping all the messages JSON. So yeah, I'm using WebSockets. The WebSocket, what do you call it? A class or object or constructor in JavaScript. So I'm familiar with that. And for the backend server, I wrote it all myself on top of the operating system socket layer, like BSD sockets or WinSock. So I can answer hopefully any question you ask about sockets and networking, at least in C++, and maybe in JavaScript, although I don't know as much. I just use the built-in WebSocket class to do the front end side of that. All right, this should build and pass my test. Yes, okay. So this should all come together now when I stop the cluster and start it again, and then when I hit the escape key, I should be able to move and not be in a dialog anymore. You have a question on how to do something then, trying to get your private IP in Python in a consistent way to work with your teammates on their own home networks without any changes. So the problem is that you might have multiple IP addresses depending on the perspective of the server, right? So most people are sitting behind at least one network address translator and NAT. So for example, if I showed you my IP address, it's just going to be 192.168.0. something because I'm sitting behind a firewall that has a network address translator. Now, when I connect to a server, the server sees my IP address as being what's assigned to me by my ISP, right? Oh, it doesn't have to be the public IPs. If it's just a private IP, that's pretty easy. I can show you where the code for that. If you just need to know the IP addresses that your network interfaces are using, there's a different API depending on the OS. So, which OS do you want to see? Let's do Windows. I have this in my one of these things. Network. I'm going to say network connection has it, but let me see. Maybe not. It might be endpoint. Nope. Where would it be? I'll find it. Get interface addresses. That's what it is. Oh, you're trying to grab it from Python, right? Okay, well, Python might be trouble for me because I'm not sure, but we can look it up. I'll show you what it is from Windows, okay? So, if nothing else, if you find a way to call Windows API functions from Python, then you could still get to this, right? So it is this, oh, that's not it. Here it is. It's called get adapters addresses. And it gives you like a data tree. And there's even MSDN page that I had this linked to. Is this the correct page? Let me look. Yeah. So it retrieves the addresses associated with the adapters on the local computer. So there you go. That's the actual Windows API. So how do you get that from Python? I don't know, but we could look it up. Python get adapters addresses. I wonder why it's not showing me Python. Is it because I'm not using Google? I'm using Bing instead of Google right now. Maybe this is what you want? Net iFaces? Oh, that's someone else's library. Oh yeah, of course. So someone has made a Python plugin that probably just does the same thing, right? Yeah, well, I'm surprised that there's just not a direct hit for it. What if we just look up Python get adapter get adapters get IP address? Well, that's not exactly what we want, right? Maybe this is what we want. Uh, this is not the best. Why is that the accepted answer? This is horrible. Because you might have more than one network card. Yeah, this is also this will tell you what address you ended up using when you connected to Google DNS, right? Yeah, this is not so good. Wow, I'm surprised that they don't have the right answer here. Yeah, this is all bad. Oh, this is more what you want, I think. Net iFaces. There you go. Try this one out. Yeah, so it's going to list your interfaces, and you'll want like your Ethernet or your Wi-Fi or whatever, and you'll get the IP addresses from them. There you go. Hopefully it works for Windows. Does it say if it works for Windows? They should just say somewhere what OSs it works for. It's regular testing on OS 10, Linux, and Windows. There you go. So, there you go. Net iFaces. You can use server and grok to expose a server service instance to the internet. That's not the same thing we're talking about, but cool. Might be a way to get it from a built-in lib. I don't think so, because that would have come up first when we searched for this, right? I'm gonna guess that it is not something that's built in. Oh, okay, well, there might be something here. This is the same thing we were looking at. Yeah, this is going down the wrong path. Yeah, this is just horrible. You should never do this. What is this doing though? What? Get interface IP. What the heck is that? This is making a datagram socket, and then what is this doing? Oh, it's getting the file number. I don't even think this will work. Yeah, it won't work on Windows. That's what that means. This isn't going to work in Windows. Well, why does he say it works on Windows? It expressly won't work on Windows. You know what it'll do on Windows is... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is built in on Windows. Maybe that's what he's saying. I wish they would say that. Okay, so maybe you have this get interface IP if you're in Windows, and if you're not in Windows, you have to do this junk. Okay, then maybe this is an acceptable answer. Sure, acceptable answer maybe. Wish he would say though. It should say like, if this is built into socket on Windows, then sure. Get adder info is to look up a host, I think. It doesn't get adapter interfaces, though. It doesn't get adapter information, pretty sure. But yeah, a lot of these other tricks were doing that, right? I call them tricks because it's depending on a side effect, right? It's depending on the side effect that when you you look up your own host name and you get the address, that it might return you an IP address. This is just horrible. I don't know why that's marked accepted. This one is relying on a side effect that when you make a socket connection to something, that a local IP address will be assigned based on the route that it picked to get to that destination. So you only get one of your IP addresses, and if you only have one way to get to the internet, sure, that'll work for you. But if you had more than one, you can't get those other IP addresses, can you? Get host by name thing. So yeah, that'll work, but it's sort of a hack because that kind of thing will only work if you have one IP address. But if you have more than one IP address, you're not going to be able to get to know what they are. But that might be good enough for what you're doing, right? If all you need is if all you ever need is to know one IP address, maybe it's good enough. I would go for the more complete answer, which would be that net iFaces or the other code we found here. That where you can iterate over all of your network interfaces, and you can just find out what they all are. Some of them are standard loopback addresses that you'd skip, like what's loopback address? LP or something? That's line printer. I forget what the loopback interface is, but you'd skip it, and you'd either pick Ethernet 0 or EN 0 or Wi-Fi 0 or something like that to be like the default if they don't pick an interface. Yeah, that's what I would do for a more complete solution. But what you're doing is probably good enough, I guess. All right. I can't move. Why not? Oh, I didn't do the other part of the work, right? He's stuck in a dialogue. Get me out, sir. Okay, I'm out. Now let's find Bob, and I should be able to escape the dialogue by hitting escape. It worked. Yay. LO, there we go. Loop back. Why is it LO? For local or something? Years ago, Firecry 3 would always bind to your digital tuner card instead of your actual network card. Yeah, probably because they did a dirty hack like we just saw, right? Instead of getting all of your IP addresses and letting you pick one, it just like picked the first one it could find, right? I mean, that works for a majority of people, right? Majority of people only have one IP address that's not localhost. So you just pick the first one, right? But any kind of more complicated networking, it's just not going to work reliably, right? It's going to pick the wrong one. Let me see if I can get out of here when I'm in a multiple choice. Cool. I think I'm going to call it that part done. The other part was if I'm in a dialogue and I relog, I am stuck, right? Stuck. Can't move. Bob, you've paralyzed me. That will be on login. No, most annoying part is getting the 169 address. Yeah, the 169 address is the autoconf address, right? Autoconf. Does that sound familiar? Auto or zero config? What's IP 169 auto or zero config? Something like that. Yeah, the automatic. Yeah. The zero config IP address. I mean, it's an interesting concept that computers can assign themselves IP addresses, and there's a special range, 169.254. So it's like self-configuring, but it only works on a local area network. 169. For local link addressing, there's a special block. What do they talk about? For address auto configuration, right? So yeah, that only works on a local link for IPv4. I guess for IPv6 it might work outside of your local link. I don't know. I don't know that much about IPv6. Binding order was right, but they seemed to just arbitrarily pick the wrong adapter. Maybe they sorted by some arbitrary key, Steve. Right? Maybe they sorted by, like, lexigraphically sorted the names of the interfaces and just picked the first one that wasn't LO. Who knows what they did? But yeah, these 169 things are annoying because you'll get those like until you get an address back from DHCP. It tries the zero config one, and you know it's not going to work once you get a real IP address, right? Because it's local only. Fortunately, it's defined in the internet standard this special block, so you can always skip it or just declare that you don't yet have a real address if your address matches that, right? Oh, you found code from C Sharp? Yeah, C Sharp has more. The .NET platform has more stuff you can use. Yeah, but this is the same kind of hack, though. There's a better way in .NET to do this. I just don't have the code available. Basically, that interface we were looking at before that I linked, there is a version of this for C Sharp. So there's a version of this for C Sharp as well. I just don't remember what it is. But it gives you all of the addresses of all of your network adapters. This is what you want, right? You just pick the right one from that. 192 is usually assigned in a local network for behind a NAT. Yeah, the get host by name. Yeah, but it's because it doesn't yet know its assignment from the HTTP server. Yeah. LAN discovery. Well, the zero conf will get you LAN discovery because that's just what it's designed for. The DHCP will also work too if it tells you. Yep. There's a lot of different things you can run into and kind of gets messy, right? It could be a zero config address. It could be a DHCP assigned local address. Depending on how far your computer has gone in setting up the network, you could get different numbers. It can get kind of messy. All right, I think we're done looking at that for now. I'm going to have the test for when you log in. Where did I put that stuff? I might have put it here, actually. For a login, right? Does this mention login anywhere? Well, specifically login. I don't think I'd do it here. Would that be in auth player, maybe? Oh, hey, Pocket Watch. How are you doing? For those who don't know, Pocket Watch, another awesome streamer on Twitch, who is it's a team of two working on a game called Kerosene. It looks really fun. You guys should definitely check out Pocket Watch. And you probably have checked him out if you came from Pocket Watch, but shout out for anyone else who isn't from the raid. Quitting your stream early today, okay. One thing that's kind of weird for me is I don't know who I'm talking to because you're a team of two, so you could be Joseph or you could be Andy. I don't know. But hopefully everything is going well in your game. I think I rated you yesterday or the day before. Oh, it's Andy. Okay, hi Andy. Yeah, check out Kerosene, developed by Pocket Watch team, and it's a ARPG, and it's got a unique mechanic in it that as it gets dark, the day-night cycle, as it gets dark, if you don't have light, you get into big trouble. Yeah. If it's morning, it's Joe. If it's afternoon, it's Andy. Got it. Well, thanks for the raid. I should tell everybody from Pocket Watch channel what I'm doing. I'm working on this game. It's inspired by the Ultima series and other old games I enjoyed playing when I was a kid. So you might see the resemblance between that and like a screenshot I like to show from Ultima 4. It's tile-based 2D pixel art, only my game's multiplayer. I don't think anyone's actually logged in right now, but I am in here as the GM. I have test NPCs, I have test items, there's in-game chat, which is somewhat integrated with Twitch, and while I'm in here as the GM, I can do stuff like world creation. I can add, if I click on the right thing, I can add tiles to the game. I can even go out here and create a new island that didn't exist before and let people visit it if I want. I can make a little pathway. I have to make sure I bound it with water so that people don't get lost in the darkness beyond. But yeah, what I've been working on today is dialogs. I don't have this deployed. This is the deployed on the cloud thing that you can log into now if you go here. But what I'm working on today isn't deployed yet. It is dialogs. So we have this. Oh, I'm stuck. Let me get myself unstuck first so I can show you what I'm doing. There's a bug I'm working on where I get stuck if I'm in a dialogue and then I relog. So now I'm unstuck. So I can move around and I can talk to Bob now. So I put in this dialogue system that's roughly a directed graph of dialogue states. So right now we're in the conversation state. So I can say, what's your name? I'm Bob. What's your job? I guard this place. You can basically guess keywords like guard. It says, that's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. So I might type peasant. It says, you are a peasant, aren't you? No. What are you then? The GM. Oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? So it's a whole directed graph of conversation and multiple states. So that if I say GM again, they'll say, I can't help you with that because in order to get that response, I first have guessed to ask him that and then answer no. And then when he asks me what I am, I have to say that keyword. So I implemented that Tuesday and today, and I'm working out the bugs right now. So if you played Ultima series, you kind of remember the same thing, that NPCs in that game, usually they would respond to asking name or job, and then based on what they say, you would guess the keywords of other things you can ask them about, or one NPC might tell you, go ask Bob about gold. And then you'd know to go find Bob, ask him about gold, and then he would tell you, something else. And interaction with the NPCs, you get either just, you're getting story progression, like you're learning more of the lore, or it's telling you where to go, or it could be actual game mechanics. So it might give you an item, or it might unlock an area of the game you couldn't get to before. So I haven't done that much yet. I'm still focusing on the core mechanics of navigating a dialogue, having the user interface correct. Stuff like the fact that you see how Bob is just wandering away even though we're still talking to him. That's a bug. He shouldn't move away if we're still talking to him. I can't move, but Bob can, which is immensely unfair. So working on those bugs. We're doing this step by step, and I developed this live on stream a little bit more each day. And if you miss my stream or you want to see how this got built up piece by piece, I have a recap video. And I could like to answer any questions you guys have. I'm near the end of my stream time. I usually go until 2 p.m. Pacific. It's 43 minutes after 2 p.m. for me. But I'm trying to finish up this bug, and now I have a raid, so I have to talk about what I'm doing. And why would someone get a bad password when signing up? Probably someone else has already taken the name. So I can look and see, like for example, does Steve have an account? It could be someone has an account named Steve. No, Steve isn't taken. Depending on what you pick though, if it's already taken, it will, you might get a bad password because, well, actually it should say something like that name is already taken. I don't know why you get a bad password in signing. Oh, no, I know. Another thing you might get a bad password for if the password is too weak, like what Nui said. Yes. You might have to type in something other than Hunter 2. If it's an auto-generated password, it shouldn't have had a problem. Unless I might have accidentally turned off new accounts. No, they're permitted. Yeah, I don't know why. I do have 2 new people who made accounts, so I'll remove the mask from them. They're not online anymore. Also, what happens when people create new accounts is tickets get open to moderate the chosen name. Yeah, I don't know why you can't get in that right now. Should be able to. Yes, there's a CAPTCHA. So if you've disabled third-party scripts, that might be a reason why. There's only a CAPTCHA to discourage it being botted, and then denial of service and all that bad stuff. Yeah, you might have to go to temporarily to like an incognito window where you turn off third-party script disabling and just to create the account. Alternatively, someone else could create the account and give you the password. I don't know. I could turn off CAPTCHA stuff. Not easily, quickly though. Anyway, yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm going to try to finish up this couple bugs here. The bug I was working on right now was that if I relog from here, even though I'm not in the dialogue, I'm stuck. So right now, if I didn't relog, I can hit escape, and I basically escape the dialogue. But if I don't hit escape, instead if I relog, I get stuck. So talk to him, and then if I reload, it doesn't say I'm in a dialogue, but I can't move, right? I'm stuck. So I'm working on that fix right now. And I was looking for, I do test-driven development, so I was looking for a test that's similar. Like something that happens when you log. Oh, actually, you know where it would be is the executor test. Right, move, or when logged in, exactly. Here we go, move off on log, it says log out. Should be log in. Something like this, right? Let's put it down here. Create character. Okay, so it should be something like on login. Clear player dialog on login. So we create a character. And I only need a player record, so I need an example player record. I guess I'm just doing it this way. And I need to put in here that they are in a dialogue. So that is realm server key player dialogue, and it can be anything I want. It doesn't matter. That's actually all I need. Well, we'll make it complete. That we're in state foo. All right, and then we have a we have a player who's linked to that character. We log in. What should I expect to see? That the player is no longer in the dialogue, so it should be expect false. If we get that, and then ask has that key, it should be false. Key player dialogue. False, right? So that's the test. I expect it to fail, and that reproduces the bug. It would be nice if your team would actually run commands for you so you can tell if their environment has any breaking differences from yours, but they don't pay attention even though they started the group. It's a common problem I've seen when working with a team. People tend to not give you all the information right away until you, like, pester them. I think that's just because a lot of the time people don't know what information you want or need. It might be a matter of training that I would try to train people that instead of just saying, hey, it doesn't work for me, I would say, well, whenever you want to talk about something not working, how about try to always keep in mind what is it you did and what is the error message you got. Those are the very first two things I would want to know, right? So that the conversation can start as, I ran this command, here's what I wrote in the command prompt, and here's the error I got back. And at least start with that information. And then from there you can say, well, in addition, could you also tell me your environment? They barely even look into dev chat. It's a matter of discipline, right? The team has got to have that discipline. So that's the responsibility of the team's lead, to train the team to get used to doing it that way. If he doesn't want to do it, then I don't know. Don't know what to say. The team might be toxic. Sorry. My phone alarm went off. Team might be toxic, or a team just not as compatible with you. I don't know. Got to decide if it's something you're willing to tolerate, or maybe you talk to the team lead about improving the team's discipline. I don't know. Oh, you used Matrix and that's why it got blocked? I had a bug in there for that. If you find a problem with the game, you can always list it, go there. I think I have one here for that. It was party. CAPTCHA check doesn't work if third-party scripts aren't enabled. So let me add a comment here that says, this also presents as a bad password error when someone tries to create a new account and they're using something like, well, it's already mentioned. Matrix is already mentioned, right? They're using Matrix. There. Now I've bumped it up to just change now, and we get that. So that if you were to search for bad password, hopefully you'd find it now. Yeah. So feel free to use this if you do run into a problem and I'm not available. You can just look it up in the known issues. That was my time to pick up my son from his activity, but he's homesick today, so I don't need to do it. It's not even toxicity, it's just that they don't seem all that interested. Yeah, but the toxicity well, maybe it's not toxicity. Maybe it's a expectation mismatch that they don't seem interested in it because they don't think it's expected or something, but you feel it should be. So needs aren't getting met. It's a compatibility problem, maybe. Yeah. I think just like anything in life, when you're in a situation where what you want and what you expect doesn't quite match what everyone else feels like they're interested or capable or willing to do, you gotta ask yourself, are you willing to just accept it and move on, tolerate it, or do you want to work to change it? And if you want to work to change it, I would say the first step would be to bring it up with the team's leadership, because they're really the ones that are responsible for that, right? They gotta decide, is this something that should be expected or not? Do we want to change it? That kind of thing. You'd always ask them what they changed recently. Generally, they say nothing. Yeah, of course. That's because that's the easy answer. You spend the next few days trying to figure out what happened. They didn't tell you about it or forgot about it. Yeah. I would always just try to gather information in a way that wasn't confrontational. I would say, well, tell me more about the error message you got. What were you doing at the time that, you know, or I would say, like, let me try to reproduce the problem. What do I have to do exactly what you did? And then they would know that you're interested in fixing it, and you're really just trying to find out more information to help them. That's what I would do it. Just keep it non-confrontational, more like that you would like more information to help them. If you can work it that way. All right. Build. Verify that this fails. So reproduce the problem in that it's still in a dialog, even though it shouldn't be. Okay, so then the solution is not that hard. The executor component is the one that makes sure your player account is correct on login. So that's on player logged in. We do stuff like, if you don't have a tile, it gives you one. If you don't have an input component, etc. So down here, if your player is not invalid, right, so if you don't have an inventory, so we should do more here. If you don't have an inventory, then let's do it this way. Bool player component changed. Initialize it to false, and we'll have this one set it to true, and then here we'll say if it's true, do that, and then we can check these other things. But thanks for the follows. You're writing out this network stuff before you even gotten off the ground because it's to improve individual testing and dev workflow, but if they don't pay attention until you put something out, then all your hacky solutions are going to break on everyone simultaneously. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So you might want to give them a warning that if they care about it breaking, they might want to work with you on it. You got to give them the opportunity and the choice. They can still choose to not pay attention and do anything, but then it's on them. Just let them know in advance. Then you've done your part, right? Yeah, because it might work for you, but not for them, because they might need to change something or know about something. All right, so this should just be if player component has the dialog key, right? Then we need to remove it. So then we remove it, right? So it's going to be this dot remove the key. Actually, we're going to remove all of the keys. If we find that's the primary key, right? So we're going to remove all of the other state that might be there. Choice and event index. And that should be a true. I don't know why I copied the... Why did I write false there? I don't know. Now I should not get stuck in a dialog. Let's test it out. And then I'll run the end-to-end test. Cool. Running the end-to-end test now. While I do that, let's go ahead and be optimistic about it working and form the git commit for this. So this is add a mechanism to escape the dialog and also take us out of a dialog if we were in one before the last login. So address issues regarding getting stuck in dialogues. So allow a player to escape a dialog at any time using the escape key or escape button, and take a player out of any dialog they happen to be in whenever they log in, because they shouldn't be in one, because we don't... Number one, they won't have the text anymore, so they won't know the context of the dialogue, so it doesn't make sense to continue. And if we're allowing them to escape at any time, we'll just say a logout is the equivalent of an escape. Okay. That should be ready now, so I can go and try it out. Okay, number one, I'm not trapped anymore, and I was trapped before. So let's try to get trapped again. So I just reload while I'm in a dialogue. Let's see if I'm trapped. Not trapped. Yay. And escaping should get me out, right? Nice. Cool. Is also Bob running around here somewhere? Or did he hide? Did he hide here? Oh, there's also Bob. Name. I am also Bob. Also Bob. Yeah, we thought Bob died, so I hired to replace him. Then we found out he had just gone on vacation. This special zone is the vacation area that I forgot about. Bye. Move along. Alright. So, that worked. I'm going to go and commit that. And I'll probably wrap it up for the day here. And I might do some extra testing and then push it out into production and let people experience some of the dialogues in the real game, along with the other improvements I made yesterday, like to the ticketing system. So, yeah, I'll have to decide what I'm going to do next. I might bring in the Lua scripting for dialogues in order to do things like have, like we might ask Bob for gold or something. Or we might bribe Bob by giving him gold or something like that. And that would be like more complex logic that affects the game systems. I think it's easiest to do it with Lua scripting. Also, I want to use Lua scripting to prototype game systems in general, so I don't have to keep rebuilding the server when I change game systems. So I might do that tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not streaming tomorrow. That's right. Forgot about that. Shake Soda. It's a raid from Shake Soda. How are you doing, Shake Soda? I'm actually ending my stream now. I'm sorry. But I can go over what I was doing and what I'll be doing next time. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because there's an appointment I have to go to right in the middle of my normal stream time. So if I stream tomorrow, it'll be way off schedule. So either way off schedule tomorrow or on Monday, I'm going to probably work on Lua scripting. Yeah, we just linked the link to the game. You figured I'd be ending soon? Okay. Well, everyone should check out Shake Soda's channel sometime too. Awesome streamer on Twitch. Yeah, so for those new viewers, just a really brief recap. I'm working on this game. It's inspired by the Ultima series, sort of. Oh, what happened to the ground there? I messed up. I can go in here and edit the world, and anyone who's logged in can see me edit it. It's a multiplayer game. It's simple 2D pixel art. It's designed to be an RPG so that there are player characters, there are non-player characters. You can interact with them. There's gear you can get. There are puzzles to solve. I don't have much game content yet because I'm still building up the mechanics. Like, for example, I added this signpost. You can't read the sign yet. But as soon as I push the code I worked on this week into production, you'll be able to whenever you step on the sign, you'll be able to read it. Stuff like that. And I'm building this up piece by piece on stream. If you have any questions, let me know. Yeah, I also have the recap video if you want to see how this was built up from basically nothing. Jake Soda, you're working on your VR renderer today. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, your game is a VR marbles game, right? Or would you say it's a marbles game or just rolling a ball on a track game? I need a better name to remember and not forget. Well, those are two separate projects. I see. See, I only have one project, so I guess I assume other people only have one project too. The marble game is non-VR, and so then I don't know about this VR game yet. Sounds cool though. All right. Should I go over anything else here? You can try this out at any time. There's integration with Twitch you can see, but only when I'm streaming. When I stop streaming, I turn off the Twitch integration. And chat doesn't actually work while I'm off stream too because the moderation tools are broken. 1.25 hours discussing alerts and toast notifications. Is that for work? I wonder how working with you is like. I'd imagine you'd be a pretty cool person to work with. I hope everyone who works with you knows that you're cool. If not, then sucks to be them. Yeah. You should check out Chris's channel, by the way, if you haven't seen it. He's an awesome front-end web developer working on a Twitch chat overlay extension called Stream Parrot, right? Anyway, I think I'm at the end of my stream. I'm going to be working next time on scripting in the game. So it's more admin side stuff where I want to, well, I don't even have a panel yet to edit the dialogs I was playing around with. I need to do that too. So right, and this is what a dialogue looks like in JSON format. So all of the things you can ask Bob and then what he'll say and what states you move into. I'd like to make a user interface for that. And then stuff like these R keys are for requirements, and this is meant to be a Lua expression that the game backend evaluates to see if you can choose that conversation piece. And so that's one area of the scripting I want to get into, like basically embed Lua in and then evaluate a Lua expression. And then also the game systems, like how these NPCs move around. Right now it's coded in C++. I have to rebuild the game server if I want to change it. It'd be nice to prototype game systems by having another panel here where I can insert more Lua script and say, run this as a game system called foo. And then just have it automatically pulled in and I don't have to rebuild the server. So I'll probably work on that stuff next week. Yep, that's right. It's Chris. So yeah, I think we're going to end here. I'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. I might be back tomorrow, but it'll be way off schedule if I am. So that's Monday Pacific time, 1700 hours UTC. And let's find someone to leave you guys with. Another awesome streamer who's streaming. Yeah, thanks for watching, Sandlordium, Toulouse, and everyone else. Who should we raid? Failed to survive playing yet? Probably not, because Toulouse is here. Ninja is developing Lua stuff, or Python stuff right now. Iris John is going. Irish John still gonna be going, or is he done? Twitch suggestions are getting better. Thank you very much. No Minecraft today, Toulouse? Oh well. Okay, Irish John Gaming. He's a really nice guy. He likes to raid me quite often, so we'll return the favor. He's working on a pirate multiplayer game. He says he's working on spawning NPCs procedurally today, and hopefully he's not going to end really soon. He's going to keep going. We'll say hi to him, all right? If I don't see you tomorrow, then I hope you guys all have an awesome end of the week, a weekend and all that. I'll see you Monday. Maybe see you tomorrow. We'll see. But thank you for watching. Bye.